Chapter 3597. The Sword Slave and Pang Outsong. The founder of the Pang clan, clashed head-on, and an extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Some celestial warriors who couldn't evade in time were swept away and torn apart by the energy storm in the void. At this moment, all living beings were like ants in the face of this energy storm that was sweeping out. Even the experts from the two camps could not help but be moved. The battle between the Sword Slave and Pang Outsong would decide the fate of Zhongtian City. If the Sword Slave won, Zhongtian City would belong to him. On the contrary, if Pang Outsong won, the Sword Slave could only escape. However, the Sword Slave's 9 heaven-punishing swords were too powerful. Pang Outsong was obviously at a disadvantage, and it would be difficult for him to turn the tables. Preposterous. Pang Outsong's forehead was sweating as he attacked. Since when did such a powerful figure appear in the ancestral god realm? As one of the super forces in the central continent, the Pang clan was naturally well informed. They knew all the experts who appeared in the ancestral god realm. However, the Sword Slave seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Before this, no one knew that there was such a figure in the ancestral god realm. No one in the entire ancestral god realm could match up to the Sword Slave's cultivation in the way of the Sword Tao. Clang! The Sword Slave's sword light of extinction struck the 5-element wheel again, sending Pang Outsong and the 5-element wheel flying. Kill! The Sword Slave roared, and the sword light of extinction exploded. At this moment, he became one with the sword and displayed a sword aura that made Pang Outsong's heart palpitate. Fight! Pang Outsong gritted his teeth and madly urged the 5-element wheel to attack the sword light formed by the Sword Slave. Rumble! The void that was enveloped by the 5-element wheel was constantly destroyed. Endless 5-colored divine light and 5 elemental Tao patterns rushed out from the 5-element wheel. The terrifying power of the 5 elements obliterated the Sword Slave. The Sword Servant became one with his sword and transformed into a shocking sword radiance. It directly collided with the divine wheel of 5 elements that came crashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 forces that were infinitely close to the extreme grade realm suddenly erupted. These 2 forces instantly turned into a terrifying energy turbulence that spread in all directions. For 1,000? He walked out. The Behemoth clan and the Deity clan had retreated far away, but there were still a dozen or so behemoths who were swept away by the energy turbulence and killed. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but change their expressions. At that moment, Pang Outsong's divine wheel of 5 elements shattered. The Sword Slave's sword flashed, and an arm fell from the sky. Roar! Following a frenzied roar, a figure with disheveled hair rushed out of the terrifying energy turbulence. This person's right arm was missing, and his shoulder was badly mangled. Only his left arm remained. This person was Pang Outsong. His divine wheel of 5 elements had been broken by the Sword Slave, and his right arm had been chopped off. He roared and charged out. With a wave of his left hand, he kept the Pang clan warrior into his sleeve. Then, he shattered the void and disappeared into the chaos. How fast he escaped! The Sword Slave fell from the sky and landed on the clouds. The Sword Slave's figure emerged from the sword light. Pang Outsong, the ancestor of the Pang clan, reacted quickly. Not only did he escape, but he also escaped with the Pang clan's divine clan army. Just like that, a great battle suddenly came to an end. The Pang clan left behind nearly 30,000 corpses and fled. Meanwhile, the Deity clan lost close to 20,000 people in battle, and the number of injured was uncountable. At this time, the entire Zhongtian city was littered with corpses, spears, and other weapons scattered throughout the city. Some cultivators in the city risked coming out to pick up the loot, but since the battle was over, they went back to their houses and didn't dare to go out to pick up the loot. At this time, the Deity clan warriors rushed down from the sky under the leadership of their general and began to clean up the battlefield. The ancestor of the Pang clan was forced to retreat again, but this time, the Deity clan suffered great losses. This battle ended in a Pyrrhic victory. As the ancestor of the Pang clan retreated, all the forces of the Pang clan in Central Heaven City retreated. The Sword Slave and the Deity clan's warriors took over the Central Heaven City. This shook the entire cultivation world of the central continent, and even the entire ancestral god realm. Rumble, at this time, an ancient transportation formation platform in the ancestral ground of the Pang clan vibrated. Ancient divine runes emerged on the platform. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the platform as if passing through a layer of transparent water. Lord Ancestor, you, an elder of the Pang clan who was guarding the platform, was shocked to see the person on the platform. The person was in an extremely sorry state. One of his arms was missing, and his body was covered in blood. Ugh! Pang Outsong spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the platform. The Pang clan elder outside the formation platform was shocked again. He rushed to the formation platform and reached out his right hand to help Pang Outsong up. Second brother, what happened to you? In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of the platform. It was Pangu. Pangu saw that Pang Outsong was in such a sorry state. Even his right arm was cut off. Who had the ability to hurt his second brother like this? Pang Outsong shook his head and said nothing. He waved his left hand and countless figures appeared in the void. This was the army of the Pang clan that he had taken back. Out of the 100,000 celestial clan soldiers, he had only brought back about 60,000. Moreover, many of these soldiers were injured. The army that Pang Outsong brought back was only about 40,000. Less than 50,000 were still fighting. This, Pangu could not help but frown. Out of the 100,000 celestial clan soldiers, only these few were left? He was shocked that nearly half of them had died. Pangu shook his head and stepped onto the platform. He carried Pang Outsong and rushed towards the ancestral earth vein. He wanted to heal Pang Outsong's injuries because Pang Outsong's injuries were too severe. At this time, outside the ancestral ground of the Pang clan, the Celestial Clan's army was confronting the Central Continent Celestial Clan's army led by Quebec. The leader of the Pang clan's army was Pang Ming, who was ranked third among the three ancestors. Although Pang Ming was ranked last among the three primogenitors, his cultivation base and combat strength were the most powerful among the three primogenitors of the Pang clan. Chapter 3598. The three progenitors of the Pang clan wanted to turn the tables, so they planned this counterattack. Unfortunately, Song Ke saw through their plan. Song Ke knew that the Pang clan wouldn't sit still in their ancestral land and would definitely take action. Therefore, Song Ke made preparations in advance. He set up a killing formation near the camp of the Celestial Race Army, dug a pit, and waited for the Pang clan to jump in. Pang Ming didn't disappoint Song Quebec. As expected, he brought 200,000 Celestial Race soldiers to launch a sneak attack on Song Ke's army. Tragedy befell the Pang clan's army as they charged into the killing formation. Fortunately, Pang Ming saw that the situation wasn't right and immediately ordered a retreat. Even so, he still lost tens of thousands of Celestial Race soldiers. This made Pang Ming almost vomit blood. Pang Ming stared at Song Ke with bloodshot eyes. Ke, I thought that the progenitors of the Pang clan were powerful, but it seems like they're not worthy of their reputation. Song Ke looked at Pang Ming disdainfully. What? Pang Ming was instantly enraged when he heard that. He was about to make a move, but when he saw the smirk on Song Ke's face, he snapped back to reality. Goading. Pang Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and gradually calmed down. When experts fought, it was taboo to be distracted as it would give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of. All of you, back off. Pang Ming stared at Song Ke and said. Hundreds of thousands of Celestial Race soldiers stood behind him with their banners fluttering in the wind. These soldiers were filled with murderous intent. Over 100,000 Protoss soldiers of the Pang clan immediately moved, retreating into the distant sky. The battle formation formed by hundreds of thousands of Celestial Race soldiers was definitely powerful. Although the Celestial Race soldiers of the East Continent had an absolute advantage in numbers, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. All of you, back off too. Song Ke ordered the Celestial Race soldiers behind him. Old Ancestor, Peng Jingtian felt that something was wrong and said, Say no more. I'd like to see what this guy is capable of. Song Ke waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Yes. Although Peng Jingtian was a little worried, he did not say anything more and retreated with the army. Hundreds of thousands of Divine Race soldiers retreated at the same time, like a dark cloud drifting backward. The killing intent of the 500,000 divine race soldiers converged together. For 1,000, this murderous aura was even stronger than the murderous aura of the God Clan soldiers. Pang Ming's expression changed upon seeing this. These fellows from the eastern continent were indeed different from ordinary forces. No wonder this Song Ke was able to unify the entire eastern continent and even dared to contend for hegemony with me. If he doesn't have any capabilities, how would he dare to cross the river? If you want to fight, let's fight. Song Ke stared at Pang Ming, who was opposite him. The aura on his body continued to soar. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body and circled around him. Powerful power of the divine Tao erupted from his body, and the space around him tremored incessantly. Kill. Pang Ming made his move right away. Without any nonsense, a big hand directly grabbed towards Song Ke, who was on the opposite side. Wherever the hand passed, the void was annihilated. Clang. At the same time, a sword chime came from Song Ke's body, and a pair of divine wings spread out on his back. In the next moment, rays of sword light rushed out of the divine wings on Song Ke's back and pierced through the big hand that was grabbing towards him. The rays of sword light directly collided with the big hand and directly pierced through it, continuing to pierce towards Pang Ming. Oomph! Pang Ming's body shook, and a ball of divine light immediately emerged from his body, enveloping his entire body. Countless rays of sword light that pierced through were directly blocked by the divine light that emerged from Pang Ming's body, and countless rays of sword light shattered in the void. At this moment, Song Ke's figure appeared in the sky above Pang Ming. With a roar, he directly slammed his palm down on Pang Ming's head. Pang Ming's protective divine light was immediately broken by Song Ke's palm, and Song Ke's palm blasted towards Pang Ming's head. Damn it! Pang Ming was shocked and furious. He quickly raised his right hand to block the attack. Bam! The two palms collided, and two forces erupted in an instant. The two figures quickly separated, but in the next moment, they rushed together again. Song Ke and Pang Ming were not ordinary quasi-supremes, and the power of the divine power they displayed was definitely infinitely close to the extreme grade realm. Boom! Bam! The dull sound of the collision shook the world, and countless cracks appeared in the void. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like black lightning, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Two waves of terrifying pressure spread out, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Countless soldiers who had retreated to the distant sky still felt it difficult to breathe. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. Primogeniture, in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, countless disciples of the Pang clan were also dumbfounded. They did not dare to open the protective formation rashly, fearing that the central continent god army would take the opportunity to attack. Third brother, Pang Gu rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land of the Pang clan. He looked nervously at the two experts who were fighting outside. He naturally wanted Pang Ming to defeat his opponent and kill all the soldiers of the East Continent outside. However, he also knew that it was hard to tell who would win between the two experts. Song Ke and Pang Ming's cultivation was similar, and neither of them could suppress the other in an instant. At this time, the second primogenitor of the Pang clan, Pang Outsong, had already entered the ancestral earth vein in the depths of the ancestral land of the Pang clan to heal his injuries. Pang Outsong was severely injured. The killing power unleashed by the sword slaves, 9 heaven-punishing swords, was extraordinary. If it was an ordinary quasi-supremes, they would have long died. Moreover, the sword slave had chopped off Pang Outsong's right arm. Pang Outsong wanted to use the power of the ancestral earth vein to heal his injuries and recover as soon as possible. One must know that the Pang clan was at a critical juncture of life and death. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed out of the ancestral land of the Pang clan and appeared in front of Pang Gu. Lord Primogenitor, why don't you let my son look for Gu Fei? The person who came was an expert of the Pang clan, Pang Tianming. This Pang Tianming was the father of Fatty Pang whom Gu Fei met in the Heavenly Region battlefield when he first came to the ancestral god realm. Originally, the relationship between the Pang clan and Gu Fei was good, but Fatty Pang wanted to scheme against Gu Fei for the sake of the clan's interests. After being seen through by Gu Fei, Gu Fei and Fatty Pang no longer had any friendship. At this time, Pang Tianming wanted Fatty Pang to look for Gu Fei. Naturally, he wanted to sue for peace, but the friendship between Fatty Pang and Gu Fei was long over. Pang Tianming also knew that it was all the clan's fault. If he had befriended Gu Fei that day, they would have long become the overlords of the ancestral god realm. But now, it was too late to say anything. When Pang Gu heard Pang Tianming's words, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that Fatty Pang and Gu Fei had some contacts. If Gu Fei could give face to Fatty Pang and let go of the Pang clan, it might not be a bad thing. For the living beings in the ancestral god realm, it would mean that they had escaped a calamity. All right, you can go and arrange it. Pang Gu waved his hand and said. Whether this matter succeeded or not, it was not a bad thing for the Pang clan. Yes, Lord Primogenitor. Pang Tianming hurriedly bowed to Pang Gu and then retreated. Soon, the extreme Dao-level teleportation array in the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land was activated again, and a figure disappeared from the teleportation array. At the same time, a teleportation array in the eastern Sky City's city lord residence suddenly shook, and ancient Dao runes appeared on the array. What's going on? Is the army coming back? Several East Continent soldiers who were guarding the teleportation array were shocked when they saw the teleportation array shaking. Chapter 3599. Fatty Pang stepped in. He felt very apologetic towards Gu Fei. If he hadn't succumbed to the power of his family and wanted to use Gu Fei, he wouldn't have gotten into such an unpleasant relationship with Gu Fei. If he could gain Gu Fei's support, the Pang clan would definitely be able to dominate the entire ancestral god realm. Just look at the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The Chaos Golden Rock clan was only a small clan in the ancestral god realm. Before Tsang Ke, their ancestor, returned, the Chaos Golden Rock clan was almost wiped out by the Golden Crow clan. After Tsang Ke's return, the Chaos Golden Rock clan not only defeated the Golden Crow clan with Gu Fei's support, but also helped the Chaos Golden Rock clan unify the eastern continent. The Chaos Golden Rock clan became the absolute overlord of the eastern continent. When Fatty Pang heard this news, he was dumbfounded. It was a great opportunity for him to rise to the top, but he had missed it just like that. If he had withstood the pressure from his family and continued to be on good terms with Gu Fei and received Gu Fei's support, he would have risen to the top long ago. Fatty Pang was actually just a small figure in the Pang clan. Many of the big figures in the clan did not even know of his existence. However, at this time, when the Pang clan was in a precarious situation, someone remembered Fatty Pang and went to find Fatty Pang's father. At this time, Fatty Pang had no choice but to see Gu Fei. At this time, he arrived at Eastern Sky City and saw Gu Fei. To be more precise, he was just a clone of Gu Fei. Of course, although it was a clone, it was still Gu Fei, wasn't it? Gu Fei's clone did not invite Fatty Pang into the city lord residence. Instead, he directly met Fatty Pang in front of the teleportation formation. Why are you looking for me? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. After all, he had a friendship with Fatty Pang. Although they could no longer be friends, he did not want to become enemies with Fatty Pang. He did not want things to go this far. Yeah, nothing much. I just came to take a look. Fatty Pang said with some embarrassment. Nothing much? Then let's go. Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he turned to leave. Everyone knew that the Pang clan was about to be destroyed by Tsang Ke, yet this guy still said that he was fine? In this way, Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't really dislike Fatty Pang. Don't. Seeing that Gu Fei's clone was about to leave, Fatty Pang immediately panicked. Fellow Taoist Gu, can you spare my Pang clan? Fatty Pang was afraid that Gu Fei's doppelganger had really left. What are you talking about? When Gu Fei's clone heard this, he stopped. He turned around and said to Fatty Pang, I didn't do anything to your Pang clan, so why should I let you go? It seems like it was your Pang clan that attacked me. Fellow Taoist Gu, Fatty Pang was startled. Gu Fei's doppelganger was right. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not directly attack the Pang clan. However, the entire ancestral god realm now knew that the chaotic Golden Rock clan had Gu Fei's support, which was why they could develop so quickly. Without Gu Fei's support, the chaotic Golden Rock clan wouldn't be as glorious as it was today. Alright, if there's nothing else, please go back. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his big sleeves and was about to leave. Fellow Taoist Gu, I beg you, please leave the Pang clan a way out. Fatty Pang was really panicking. The Pang clan was at a critical juncture of life and death. The Pang clan did not want to end up like the Golden Crow clan. At this time, demon god Venerable was watching coldly from the side. Fatty Pang was too slippery, and he couldn't stand this kind of guy. Surrender or be exterminated. So be it. Gu Fei's doppelganger no longer paid attention to Fatty Pang. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void, returning to the governor's mansion. Fellow Taoist Gu. Fatty Pang hurriedly wanted to chase after him, but a figure blocked in front of him. Go back. Demon god Venerable looked coldly at Fatty Pang and said, Sigh. Fatty Pang sighed and his face became very depressed. It was all his fault. Why couldn't he see that Gu Fei was such a powerful person? There was no other way. The Pang clan had no choice but to surrender if they didn't want to be exterminated. Fatty Pang could only step onto the teleportation formation platform and directly activated it, disappearing from the platform. After seeing Fatty Pang leave, demon god Venerable left the teleportation formation platform and returned to the governor's mansion. This time, Gu Fei's doppelganger only brought a few experts to the central continent. The rest of the experts were cultivating in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the East Continent. In the courtyard behind the governor's mansion in Dongtian City, Gu Fei's doppelganger sat cross-legged under the big tree in the courtyard. Master, demon god Venerable came in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Do you think the Pang clan will surrender? Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at demon god Venerable and said, Probably not. Demon god Venerable said without hesitation, Probably not? Then there's no other way. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head, then closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Doppelgangers could also advance. Gu Fei's doppelganger also needed to cultivate. Demon god Venerable bowed to Gu Fei and then retreated. It had nothing to do with him whether the Pang clan would be destroyed by Tsangke or not. Demon god Venerable's cultivation had reached such a level that he would not be moved even if his own clan was facing the crisis of extinction. At this time, outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, the battle between Tsangke and Pang Ming was still going on. Extremely powerful energy fluctuations constantly erupted from the two fast-moving figures. Chapter 3600. Outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, Tsangke and Pang Ming were fighting. At this time, all the forces in the entire central state were watching. Once Pang Ming was defeated, they would directly choose their side. The current situation was very unfavorable to the Pang clan. Those forces in the central state who were originally optimistic about the Pang clan were now wavering. Buzz. At this time, a sword chime like a dragon's roar sounded in the void. Then, an incomparably bright sword light rushed out of Tsangke's body. The sword light directly strangled the countless light blades that were slashing at him. The sword light that rushed out of Tsangke's body instantly collided with the light blades that were slashing at him. Suddenly, balls of divine light bloomed in the void. As long as the light blades were swept by Tsangke's sword light, they would instantly explode and countless balls of light constantly bloomed in the void. All the light blades were smashed by the sword light that rushed out of Tsangke's body and turned into countless divine lights that dissipated in the void. After the sword light smashed the countless light blades, the sword light continued to strangle Pang Ming. At this time, 9 light blades suddenly rushed out of Pang Ming's body. In each light blade, there was a crescent-shaped sharp blade looming. This is, Tsangke's pupils involuntarily contracted when he saw the 9 light blades rushing out of Pang Ming's body. Was this the legendary moon deity's slash? The moon deity's slash was a kind of divine weapon of the ultimate path that only appeared in legends. The moon deity's slash was not a single divine weapon, but 9. Each of them was a crescent-shaped sharp blade. This was a set of divine weapons of the ultimate path. Of course, at this time, even the divine weapons of the ultimate path could not display the power of the ultimate path. Once the bottom line of heavenly punishment was crossed, the consequences would be extremely serious. Therefore, Pang Ming did not dare to display the power of the moon deity's slash at the ultimate path. Swoosh! The 9 divine blades directly spun and slashed forward. Clang! Three divine blades directly collided with the sword light that was strangling Pang Ke, making a sound of metal colliding and rubbing. The remaining 6 divine blades slashed towards Tsang Ke directly. The 6 divine blades flew across the void rapidly, leaving 6 pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Heaven and earth shift. Tsang Ke roared angrily and immediately unleashed this move. He wanted to use his opponent's strength to deal a heavy blow to him. When the 6 divine blades slashed at Tsang Ke, they immediately met with resistance. The space around Tsang Ke was distorted and deformed. The 6 divine blades had all lost their aim and were spinning and slashing in all directions. The 2 divine blades even struck the divine light formed by the protective formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The layer of divine light immediately shook. The divine light of the Pang clan's defensive formation blocked the 2 divine blades. Clang! At this moment, Tsang Ke's sword light actually shook off the 3 divine blades, and then it rushed towards Pang Ming. The cold sword chi spread out, and the surrounding temperature kept dropping under the impact of the sword chi. What? Seeing this, Pang Ming was really shocked. Seeing the sword light coming towards him, he hurriedly soared into the sky, trying to avoid it. However, the sword light was too fast. Even if Pang Ming dodged in time, the sword light still swept his clothes, which immediately shattered into countless pieces. Pang Ming was taken aback. Kill! Pang Ming roared and directly pounced towards Tsang Ke from the sky. An extremely terrifying wave of power erupted from his body. The 9 moon deities' slashes flew back and slashed towards Tsang Quebec. Haha, you're going all out? Tsang Ke said with a laugh. The sword light that rushed out from his body also flew back, and there was a terrifying wave of sword chi in the sword light. The sword light flew up and collided with Pang Ming's 9 moon deities' slashes. The sword light actually blocked Pang Ming's 9 moon deities' slashes, which made all the experts in the ancestral land of the Pang clan dumbfounded. This Tsang Ke. Seeing this scene, Pang Gu was also extremely nervous. At this time, Fatty Pang came back and he directly summoned him over. When Fatty Pang told him what Gu Fei said, he almost went crazy. How dare you ask my Pang clan to surrender? Pang Gu was furious. One should know that the Pang clan was one of the 3 superpowers in the central continent. They had also destroyed the Skyfire clan and were in the limelight. That Gu Fei actually dared to ask them to surrender. Surrendering was an unacceptable humiliation for all the disciples of the Pang clan. However, Gu Fei's meaning was obvious. If they didn't surrender, they would be exterminated. You want me to surrender? No way. Pang Gu roared at the sky, and the powerful coercion of a quasi-supreme erupted from his body. The surrounding experts of the Pang clan could not help but change their expressions. The powerful coercion that erupted from Pang Ge's body made them almost breathless. In the next moment, Pang Ge's figure disappeared into the void. Then, a sudden sound of wind and thunder came from the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Then, a mountain in the ancestral land of the Pang clan collapsed, and a figure rushed out from the collapsed mountain. This person was Pang Gu. Pang Gu held a black longbow with a dragon head in his hand and a quiver of arrows on his back. There were 3 black arrows in the quiver. What? Lord Primogenitor is going to use his trump card? The respected elders of the Pang clan were shocked when they saw this scene. The black bow in Pang Ge's hand emitted a shocking aura. The 3 black arrows in the quiver on his back also emitted a fierce aura that soared to the sky. The aura emitted from the bow and the 3 arrows was too shocking. It was definitely a supreme divine weapon. Pang Gu was planning to fight Tsang Ke to the death. However, at this moment, the East Continent's celestial race army that had taken down Zhongtian City left behind 20,000 soldiers to guard this ancient divine city. The remaining soldiers, under the leadership of the sword slaves and the deity race lord, charged toward the Pang race's ancestral land. Soon, the sword slave arrived outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan. He was surprised when he saw the 2 supreme experts fighting. The Pang clan actually had such a supreme expert who could contend against Tsang Ke. At this moment, Pang Gu suddenly rushed out of the ancestral land of the Pang clan. As soon as he came out, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at Tsang Ke, who was fighting with Pang Ming. The black arrow turned into a black dragon and pounced at Song Ke at an extremely fast speed. "You want to gang up on me?" The sword slave was displeased when he saw this. Chapter 3601. Genius in a Second. Remember to go away? This is the internet that provides you with exciting novels to read. Outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, Song Ke and Pang Ming were fighting. At this moment, Pangu suddenly shot an arrow at Song Quebec. A black arrow light flashed through the void. Song Ke was shocked and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the divine arrow was too fast. Song Ke only had time to dodge the vital parts of his body before he was shot in the left shoulder by the divine arrow. The huge impact of the divine arrow sent Song Ke flying backward, and the divine arrow directly penetrated his divine body. What? Song Ke was inexplicably shocked. One must know that he was in extreme supremacy in the ancestral god realm back then. Even though his cultivation level had fallen from the extreme supremacy realm, he still possessed a powerful extreme path divine body. There was no doubt that the extreme path divine body was powerful. Of course, after Song Ke fell from the extreme supremacy realm, the strength of the extreme path divine body also plummeted. Perhaps it was only 1/10 of its peak state, or even less. Even so, a quasi-supremacy Dao artifact definitely couldn't hurt him. Only an extreme path divine weapon could hurt him. In other words, the divine arrow that injured him wasn't an ordinary Dao artifact, but an extreme path Dao artifact. At this moment, Song Ke felt a cold aura spreading from the divine arrow in his left shoulder, and the blood in his body almost froze. What? Song Ke was shocked. The divine power emitted from the divine arrow was actually erasing the vitality in his body. He hurriedly circulated his mystic art and suppressed the divine power that was full of destructive aura spreading from the divine arrow. At this moment, Pang Ming had already charged over. 9 flying blades turned into shocking divine rainbows, and like 9 heavenly rivers falling from the sky, they slashed at Song Quebec preposterous. Song Ke was shocked and furious. The 2 great ancestors of the Pang clan attacked him, and Pangu even sneaked up on him. They were truly despicable. He quickly retreated, but at the instant when the 9 flying blades were about to strike him, a sword light slashed out from the side and destroyed the 9 flying blades with a single strike. This, Song Ke was taken aback. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sword light and saw that it was a sword slave who had rushed over from Zhongtian City. At the same time, an army appeared in the distant sky. Astonishing battle intent surged over, causing all the living beings in the nearby regions to feel terrified. The Heavenly God Clan's army, which had conquered Zhongtian City, finally arrived. When the higher-ups of the Pang clan saw this, they were all inexplicably shocked. Zhongtian City had been destroyed so quickly. This was something they had never expected. At this moment, the sword servant blocked Pang Ming, allowing Song Ke to catch his breath. Swoosh! At the same time, Pangu shot another arrow at Song Quebec. A black light tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Song Quebec clang. A sword light rushed out of Song Ke's body without any warning and blocked the arrow light. Although the power of the ultimate divine arrow did not break through the red line of the ancestral god realm, it was still extremely powerful. It actually shook off the sword light that rushed out of Song Ke's body. Of course, the power of the ultimate divine arrow had already been displayed to the extreme. It flew back into Pang Ji's hand. This time, Pangu used one of the Pang clan's trump cards. The black dragon head bow in his hand was not an ordinary bow, but an ultimate divine weapon. The arrow was also an ultimate divine arrow, and Pangu only had 3 of these ultimate divine arrows. Roar! Song Ke suddenly roared and circulated his divine power with all his might. In the next moment, the divine arrow that was stuck in his left shoulder immediately flew out of his body. He stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed the divine arrow that had flown out of his body. However, boom! With a loud bang, the divine arrow in his hand actually exploded. The terrifying destructive power directly blew up his entire arm. The eruption of the destructive power also shook Song Ke away. Traces of blood seeped out of his body, and his clothes hung on his body like rags. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. This was the power of the ultimate divine weapon. The surrounding void was directly torn apart and collapsed. Everything in the vicinity flew towards the black hole and was completely swallowed by it. Even Sankei was enveloped by the heaven-devouring power within the black hole, and he flew towards the black hole. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying power that changed the color of the heaven and earth suddenly descended from the sky. The heavenly punishment was activated. At this moment, all the experts above the sage level in the ancestral god realm felt the fluctuation of the heavenly punishment, and all of them felt their hearts palpitate. At this moment, the ultimate divine arrow that erupted from the ultimate divine arrow was directly obliterated by the vast and mighty heavenly punishment. The rapidly enlarging black hole actually disappeared in an instant, along with the ultimate divine arrow. Roar! Sankei was infuriated. His entire body was radiating with divine light. The flesh, tendons, and bones of his exploded arm were rapidly regenerating, and the injuries on his body were also rapidly healing. The destructive power of the extreme Tau level from the self-destruction of the extreme Tau level had injured him quite badly. All the bones in his body had almost cracked, and his entire body had almost fallen apart. If it was an ordinary quasi-supreme martial artist, even a peak quasi-supreme martial artist would be destroyed by this explosion. This guy, even the sword slave, was shocked by this scene. This guy is really too ruthless. He actually wanted to destroy his ultimate divine weapon to kill Tsongquebec. Swoosh. Just as Tsongkei was trying his best to heal his injured body, another arrow light shot over and directly hit Tsongkei's body. T. Tsongkei's shock was not something to be underestimated. At the next moment, boom! With a bang, the extreme Tao divine arrow also exploded. The power of the extreme Tao realm exploded, and another black hole appeared in the void. Sankei's entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, a heaven-devouring force was generated from the black hole and swallowed the cloud of blood mist. Then, the heavenly punishment erupted and completely obliterated the ultimate divine weapon that had exploded. Pengu was very careful. After he shot out the extreme Tao God arrow, he had completely erased the connection between the extreme Tao God arrow and him. Therefore, even if the extreme Tao God arrow exploded and released an extreme power, it would not affect him in the slightest. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Was Sankei done for? He was shot to death just like that? What's going on? All the experts in Sankei's camp were dumbfounded. They were all petrified, especially Peng Jingtian. His limbs were icy cold. The heavenly punishment descended from the sky. The black hole was obliterated and Sankei's aura completely disappeared. Chapter 3602. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? This is the internet that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Sankei died just like that? Everyone was dumbfounded, especially those from the chaotic Golden Rock clan. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Haha! At this time, Pengu burst into laughter. Sankei was actually killed by him. Now that the East Continent's God Race Army had lost their leader, they naturally had nothing to rely on. Sure enough, the East Continent's experts who couldn't sense Sankei's aura started to panic. They didn't know what to do now that Sankei was dead. Sankei is dead. In the Pang clan's ancestral land, all the Pang clan's disciples were surprised and overjoyed. With Sankei's death, the Pang clan's crisis of extermination was half resolved. Without Sankei's leadership, the East Continent's God Race Army was nothing to be afraid of. Kill our way out. Kill all these East Continent dogs. Angry roars came from the ancestral land of the Pang clan. All the Pang clan's disciples gathered spontaneously. Soon, the ancestral land was filled with people. Countless Pang clan's disciples were incomparably excited and full of fighting spirit. On the other hand, the morale of the East Continent's God Race Army hit rock bottom with Sankei's death. Should we retreat or continue fighting? The patriarchs of the East Continent's 3 great experts conversed with their divine consciousnesses. The Patriarch of the Celestial God Clan and the Patriarch of the Black Snake Clan wanted to continue fighting because the ancestral land of the Pang Clan was still enveloped by the Tinlor killing formation. Even if Tsang-Ke was really dead, they still had the strength to fight and might not necessarily lose to the Pang Clan. However, the Earth Spirit Clan was obviously very cautious because they didn't take orders from Tsang-Quebec. The four great progenitors of the Undead Spirit Clan were Gu Fei's subordinates, not Tsang-Ke's subordinates. They only listened to Tsang-Ke's orders. Although the patriarchs of the Celestial God Clan and the Black Snake Clan wanted to continue fighting, they wanted to know what Gu Fei's arrangements were. The first progenitor of the Earth Spirit Clan immediately sent out a message transmission talisman. In next to no time, the information transmission talisman appeared in the sky above East Sky City, and then it flew directly into a courtyard behind the city governor's estate before falling into the hands of a black-clothed young man under a large tree in the courtyard. Tsang-Ke is dead? The black-clothed youth sitting cross-legged on the boulder suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of light immediately shot out from his eyes. I thought I wouldn't be able to use it, but it seems like an accident has occurred, Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. The sudden fluctuation of extreme energy in the land of heavenly punishment? 4,000? He could clearly sense the fluctuations that were unleashed. The appearance of the extreme path's power made him feel somewhat uneasy, because using the extreme path's power at this moment was no different from seeking death. No one would be that stupid. Unless someone was forced into a desperate situation, they would use extreme power to perish together with the enemy. However, this was definitely not Tsang-Ke using his extreme path power, because Tsang-Ke had the upper hand in the battle against the Pang Clan. Why would he risk using his extreme path power? There was only one possibility, and that was that the Pang Clan had used extreme power. From the looks of it now, the Pang Clan had used extreme power to kill Tsang-Ke. Tsang-Ke is just too unlucky. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head, then stood up from the boulder and took out a jade bottle. He opened the jade bottle, and a powerful qi and blood rushed out from the bottle. Half of the sky was dyed red. The powerful qi and blood spread out from the city lord's mansion, then spread out from Eastern Sky City. It instantly enveloped the entire region where Eastern Sky City was located. All of the creatures near Eastern Sky City were terrified. This wave of blood energy was too powerful. Soon, the qi and blood retreated like a tide, disappearing from the city lord's mansion. All the creatures in Eastern Sky City were inexplicably shocked, not knowing what had happened in the city lord's mansion. At the same time, a figure suddenly rushed out from the city lord's mansion and disappeared into the void. At this moment, outside the Pang Clan's ancestral ground, the Divine Clan's army of the Earth Spirit Clan began to move, directly assuming an offensive stance. Haha, even Tsang-Ke is dead. What are these guys doing? Why aren't they running? Do they want to die? In the Pang Clan's ancestral ground, a member of the Pang Clan's ancestral ground laughed wantonly. At this moment, the four great ancestors of the Earth Spirit Clan spread out, each commanding a battle formation. Each battle formation had about 20,000 people. The four great battle formations had a total of 80,000 people, and the Earth Spirit Clan had an army of 80,000 people. As the four great ancestors of the Earth Spirit Clan presided over the battle formations, the four great battle formations began to operate. Terrifying energy waves immediately burst out from the four great battle formations. Oh my, they're serious. The descendants in the Pang Clan's ancestral ground laughed. With Tsang-Ke's death, they simply did not take the so-called Divine Clan's army of the East Continent seriously. What are they doing? Directly attacking the Pang Clan's ancestral ground? The clan masters of the Heavenly God Clan and the Black Snake Clan were surprised by the Earth Spirit Clan's army. They had the killing formation of Tinlor, so why would they fight the enemy head-on? They just needed to trap these guys to death. The Sword Slave and Pang Ming had also stopped. The Sword Slave had retreated to the front of the Earth Spirit Clan's army, while Pang Ming had been eyeing them covetously, wanting to attack. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the Sword Slave, who seemed to be even more difficult to deal with than Tsang-Quebec. Kill our way out. Kill our way out. Countless descendants in the Pang Clan's ancestral ground shouted. Haha, then let's kill our way out. Pang Gu waved his hand and directly opened the protective formation of the Pang Clan's ancestral ground. In the next moment, countless descendants in the Pang clan's ancestral ground rushed out of the Pang clan's ancestral ground like a tide. They gathered with the hundreds of thousands of Pang clan's army outside and charged toward the East Continent's divine clan's army. For a moment, the sky was filled with battle cries. Haha, kill all these East Continent dogs. Some descendants seemed to have gone crazy and were extremely excited. All of you can die now. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. An extremely terrifying destructive aura suddenly erupted, and an incomparably huge killing formation appeared between heaven and earth. In the next moment, countless destructive divine rays rushed out of the killing formation and pierced through the Pang clan's people who seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The Pang clan's descendant who was shouting to kill the East Continent dogs was directly swept by the destructive divine rays and instantly turned into a mist of blood. This guy didn't even know how he died, but it was very sad. Countless destructive divine rays fell, and the Pang clan's army was immediately covered in blood. Those who were swept by the destructive divine rays were all killed in body and soul. What? Pangu and Pang Ming's eyes turned red when they saw this. Chapter 3603. Song Ke seemed to have really died. The God Race army of the East Continent was at a loss for what to do. However, they soon regained their composure. The Earth Spirit clan even took the stance of attacking the Pang clan's ancestral land, while the Heavenly God clan and the mysterious Snake clan wanted to fight the Pang clan to the end. One must know that the East Continent's God Race army had an absolute advantage. Even if Song Ke had really died, the East Continent's God Race army was confident that they could defeat the Pang clan and become the overlord of the Central Continent, or even the entire ancestral God realm. However, to the disciples of the Pang clan, the East Continent's God Race army without Song Ke was simply a joke. What was the use? Hence, the countless disciples who were trapped in the Pang clan's ancestral land charged out as if they were injected with stimulants. However, they had forgotten that Song Ke had previously ordered countless formation masters to set up a super killing formation outside the ancestral land, the Tin-Lore killing formation. Would no one be able to activate the Tin-Lore killing formation once Song Ke was dead? Of course, that was absolutely impossible. At this moment, the Tin-Lore killing formation was activated, and the entire heaven and earth was immediately shrouded by an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Beams of terrifying destructive divine light descended from the sky and blasted into the countless Pang clan members who were rushing out of the Pang clan's ancestral land. However, a bloody light suddenly appeared, and anyone who was swept by the destructive divine light was immediately turned into a bloody mist. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Just like that, a small half of the Pang clan's disciples were killed. This caused existences like Pangu and Pang Ming to be shocked and furious, and they hurriedly made a move with the intention of blocking the countless destructive divine lights that erupted from the Tin-Lore slaughter formation. Pangu even shot an arrow at the formation eye of the Tin-Lore killing formation. However, a loud bang was heard. The black arrow that Pangu shot exploded in the void and did not enter the formation eye of the Tin-Lore killing formation. However, the powerful force of the extreme Tau level erupted and tore the Tin-Lore killing formation apart. Figures exploded in the void and were destroyed in both body and soul. They were the formation masters who had activated the Tin-Lore killing formation. Pango shot out an arrow, and the entire Tin-Lore killing formation collapsed. Countless runes appeared in the void, densely packed together. The entire void was filled with runes. However, the next moment, the formation patterns dissipated in the void and disappeared. This, the patriarchs of the Celestial God clan and the Black Snake clan, as well as the 4 progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan, were indescribably shocked when they saw this scene. Pangu was indeed a formidable character of his generation. 4,000? In fact, Pangu had no other choice. If the Tin-Lore killing formation continued to operate, more and more people from the Pang clan would die. At that moment, the power of heavenly punishment descended from the sky once again, completely obliterating the extreme power that had just erupted, and the Tin-Lore killing formation was also completely broken. The 3 divine arrows in Pang Ji's hands were also finished. Blowing up a supreme Tao artifact to break the array was the most direct and effective method. However, losing a supreme Tao artifact was not something that the average cultivator would be willing to do. East Continent dogs, your time has come. The disciples of the Pang clan rushed out of the ancestral land of the Pang clan and madly attacked the army of the East Continent. Their battle cries were earth-shattering. Kill. The four progenitors of the Earth Spirit clan urged their battle formations forward. The four battle formations of the Earth Spirit were like four sharp blades that stabbed into the countless disciples of the Pang clan. The four battle formations blocked the disciples of the Pang clan who had rushed out of the ancestral land of the Pang clan. At that moment, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Pang clan, led by the patriarch of the Pang clan, Pang Outsong, fought against the Black Snake clan and the Celestial God clan. Countless God-rank soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. Most of the God-rank soldiers that fell to the ground were already finished. There were also some heavily injured soldiers who fell from the sky, writhing in pain. However, no one paid attention to them at this moment. The battle broke out. The sky above the ancestral land of the Pang clan was filled with people. Blood rained down from the sky, making one's heart palpitate. For a moment, the God-rank soldiers of the East Continent and the Pang clan were locked in a stalemate. Kill. At that moment, Pang Gu directly attacked the sword slave. At the same time, Pang Ming also attacked. However, a figure came from the side and intercepted Pang Ming. Your opponent is me. Nie Jingyun, who was carrying a large saber on his back, attacked. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, but at this moment, he had no choice but to attack. Saber Master Nie Jingyun's cultivation and combat strength were definitely higher than Pang Ming's. Pang Ming stared at Nie Jingyun, and a terrifying murderous aura spread out. The void around him was constantly shaking, and black spatial cracks appeared and disappeared continuously. Rumble. Two powerful auras constantly collided. The two great experts had not yet fought, but the void between them was constantly collapsing. The large saber on Saber Master Nie Jingyun's back was constantly shaking, as if it could be unsheathed at any time. A cold saber chi spread out from the large saber. Kill. Pang Ming roared, and 9 divine blades rushed out from his body. They turned into a shocking divine rainbow and slashed towards Saber Master Nie Jingyun. Kill. Saber Master Nie Jingyun also roared. The next moment, the big saber on his back clanged and flew directly from his back. It turned into a shocking saber radiance and strangled the divine blade that was chopping down. The saber radiance on Nie Jingyun's divine saber spread out and blocked all 9 of Pang Ming's divine blades. What? Pang Ming could not help but be moved. Saber Master Nie Jingyun was indeed worthy of his reputation. These peak existences in the East Continent were also quite capable. Nie Jingyun had 2 sabers. One was the big saber he carried on his back. This big saber was a divine artifact, and the other saber was his body. The next moment, he directly turned into a dazzling saber radiance. This saber radiance instantly slashed in front of Pang Ming, and the cold saber chi rushed towards Pang Ming. This shocked Pang Ming once again. He directly disappeared into the void. Nie Jingyun's saber couldn't hit him, so his figure appeared in the void, no longer maintaining the state of his body, turning into saber radiance. At this moment, the 9 divine blades and the divine saber that were entangled together separated. Pang Ming and Nie Jingyun once again charged at each other. The 2 super experts began to fight, and terrifying divine power fluctuations spread in all directions, causing countless cultivators to be inexplicably shocked. At this moment, the sword slave and Pang Gu were fighting. As soon as the 9 heaven punishment swords were unleashed, Pang Gu was immediately forced to constantly retreat. Swoosh! A sword light rushed past Pang Ji's side, leaving a saber mark on Pang Ji's clothes. Pang Gu continuously smashed the black bow in his hand at the sword slave. The supreme divine arrows were used up, and the black bow in Pang Ji's hand became a decoration. One must know that in the current ancestral god realm, there was absolutely no one who could refine supreme divine arrows. The sword slave's sword principle cultivation was very high. Soon, a bloody mark appeared on Pang Ji's left shoulder. Not only did the sword chi cut his clothes, but it also left a mark on his body. Seeing this scene, Pang Ming could not help but feel anxious. Just when the battle had reached a stalemate, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the side of the East Continent war soldiers. What? How is this possible? When everyone saw the figure, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Lord Ancestor. When Peng Jingtian saw that person, he was extremely excited because this person was their Lord Ancestor, Song Quebec. On the other hand, the Pang clan was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could a dead person be resurrected? One must know that Song Kei's death was the most thorough. The scene of Song Kei's body and soul being destroyed and his Tao disappearing was still in everyone's mind. Song Kei was definitely dead, but how could he appear in front of everyone? What's going on? Seeing Song Kei once again appear in front of everyone, all the disciples of the Pang clan were dumbfounded. While they were distracted, many disciples of the Pang clan were killed by the East Continent's war soldiers. At this time, the morale of the East Continent's war soldiers soared, while the Pang clan's morale fell to rock bottom. Countless disciples of the Pang clan could not sit still anymore. Some even turned around and rushed into the ancestral land. Song Kei is still alive. Although everyone was in disbelief, Song Kei had appeared in front of them. Facts speak louder than words. At the same time, another incomparably powerful figure descended from the sky and killed his way into the ancestral land of the Pang clan, destroying everything in his way. Who's that? Pang Ming was inexplicably shocked. He did not know this fellow at all, but it did not mean that he did not know who this fellow was. This was the Hall Master. Song Kei's sudden appearance dealt a heavy blow to the Pang clan's morale. Kill! Song Kei roared angrily as he led the celestial army into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Countless disciples of the Pang clan were defeated and killed by the celestial army of the East Continent. Seeing this scene, Pang Gu and Pang Ming were about to go crazy. They wanted to save the countless war soldiers and disciples of the Pang clan, but they could not find the time to do so. This was because they all had opponents, and their opponents were extremely powerful. Once they were distracted, their opponents would take advantage of them, and they would be defeated by their opponents. At the cultivation level of Pang Gu and the others, once they were defeated, it meant that they would die. They wanted to close the defensive formation, but at this time, the Pang clan's ancestral land was filled with people, causing the defensive formation of the Pang clan to be unable to be closed. If they were to forcibly close the defensive formation, it was unknown how many people of the Pang clan would die. At this time, every soldier of the celestial army of the East Continent was numb. They had killed until their hands were weak. Of course, the celestial army of the East Continent had also suffered losses. However, compared to the losses of the Pang clan, the losses of the celestial army of the East Continent were basically negligible. Chapter 3604. The Pang clan was utterly defeated. At this moment, countless disciples of the Pang clan were about to rush into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The God Race army of the East Continent took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to chase after the disciples of the Pang clan. They followed the defeated disciples into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Pang Ji's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw countless disciples of the Pang clan being slaughtered by the God Race army of the East Continent. He was about to undo the seal and release his extreme strength to perish together with the sword slaves. No, don't do anything stupid. Pang Ming hurriedly shouted at Pang Gu. Due to his distraction, his left arm was struck by Nie Jingyun's saber, and his entire arm was sent flying. Roar! Pang Ming roared as 9 divine blades rushed out of his body and slashed at Nie Jingyun in a frenzy. Hum! The saber in Nie Jingyun's hand let out a buzzing sound. Then, a mass of saber light instantly spread from the saber and shrouded him. Clang! The 9 divine blades slashed directly at the protective layer of saber light around Nie Jingyun's body and were all sent flying. Pang Ming was shocked and furious. At this moment, his severed left arm regrew. In just an instant, a new arm had grown out. He directly rushed into the sky and pounced on the God Race army of the East Continent. The 9 divine blades circled around him, emitting a terrifying aura. This guy. At this moment, Nie Jingyun's face turned gloomy. Pang Ming had deliberately taken a blow from him. It seemed like he wanted to fight with his life on the line, but his real purpose was to escape. Swoosh! Nie Jingtian became one with his saber and chased after Pang Ming. All of you, go to hell. Pang Ming directly killed his way into the God Race army of the East Continent. In the next moment, a mass of divine light erupted, and countless soldiers in a battle formation were sent flying in all directions. The 9 divine blades immediately transformed into countless divine blades that slashed out in all directions. The divine weapons that were struck by the divine blades immediately turned into clouds of blood mist. Damn it! A furious roar rang out, and a powerful figure directly attacked Pang Ming. Powerful fluctuations of divine Dao power erupted, and an extremely sharp divine light pierced through the void, instantly arriving in front of Pang Ming. Pang Ming spat out a beam of divine light to meet the incoming divine light. There was a flying sword wrapped in the divine light. 2 beams of divine light collided with each other. Those were 2 flying swords. This was a confrontation between 2 flying swords. Incomparably sharp sword she rippled out, tearing apart the void of heaven and earth. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Nie Jingyan also charged over. A violent aura erupted from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. His domineering aura was overflowing. Nie Jingyun walked the path of the tyrannical blade. With a blade in hand, he could dominate the world. He descended from the sky and slashed down on Pang Ming's head with his large saber. A violent saber light rushed out from his large saber, as if it could split the entire world into 2. Nie Jingyun, what are you doing? Didn't you see that he killed my men? He's mine. That person shouted at Nie Jingyun while controlling the flying sword to fight fiercely with Pang Ming. Pang Ming had destroyed his battle formation as soon as he arrived, and this made his eyes red. He's yours? He belongs to the person who killed him. Nie Jingyun said disapprovingly. He continued to attack, and he had no intention of stopping. You, the 3rd ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, was shocked and angry. He couldn't stop. After all, this guy had killed so many of his men. How could he swallow his anger if he didn't kill this guy? Neither of them had any intention of stopping. In this way, Pang Ming was in for a tragedy. 2 super experts joined forces, and Pang Ming was immediately blasted away. He could dodge Nie Jingyun's saber, but he couldn't dodge the 3rd ancestor's fist. The 3rd ancestor sent Pang Ming flying tens of thousands of feet away with a single punch. The flying sword directly strangled Pang Ming, and wherever the sword light passed, the void was annihilated silently. Swoosh! At this moment, a ball of divine light suddenly emerged from Pang Ming's body. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Soon, Pang Ming's figure appeared in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. He escaped? The 3rd ancestor and Nie Jingyun were shocked. They didn't expect this guy to escape. After all, primogenitor existences like him also had their own dignity, and they wouldn't do such a disgraceful thing. However, those who achieved great things didn't bother with trifles. Some primogenitor existences would also do anything to achieve their goals. At this moment, Pang Gu, who was fighting with the sword slave, also wanted to escape. Unfortunately, the sword slave wasn't like Nie Jingyun or the 3rd ancestor. Pang Gu couldn't get rid of the sword slave no matter how hard he tried. Kill your way in and destroy the Pang clan. The 3rd ancestor roared angrily as he gathered his subordinates that had been defeated by Pang Ming. Soon, thousands of people gathered together, and under the leadership of the 3rd ancestor, they killed their way into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Nie Jingyun also killed his way into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. However, when Nie Jingyun killed his way into the ancestral land of the Pang clan, the defensive array of the ancestral land of the Pang clan was activated. A ball of divine light suddenly emerged and enveloped the entire ancestral land. Some unlucky fellows were directly sliced in half by the sudden appearance of the light screen. Half of their bodies were outside the ancestral land, while the other half were inside. What? The clan masters of the Celestial God clan and the mysterious Snake clan were shocked. They had just attacked the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Didn't this mean that they were trapped in the ancestral land of the Pang clan? Outsiders couldn't enter the ancestral land of the Pang clan freely. However, to the higher-ups of the Pang clan, they could still enter the ancestral land even if the defensive array of the ancestral land was activated and the void was sealed. Damn it! The first ancestor and the fourth ancestor also killed their way into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. They were also trapped in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Song K, the second ancestor, and the others were blocked outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan by the defensive array. However, more than half of the Pang clan's army was blocked outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan. There were also many disciples of the Pang clan who couldn't enter the ancestral land. Kill them all. Song K ordered. Kill. The East Continent's celestial army attacked the soldiers and disciples of the Pang clan who were blocked outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Rays of divine light shot out from the first ancestor's battle formation and nailed the disciples of the Pang clan to death in the void. Those were the divine light formed by the battle spears. After nailing the disciples of the Pang clan, the divine spears were retracted. The battle formation of the second ancestor also attacked. In an instant, countless battle spears turned into countless divine lights and fell towards the disciples and soldiers of the Pang clan. Screams of despair resounded continuously. More than half of the disciples and soldiers of the Pang clan who were blocking the ancestral land of the Pang clan fell. It was a one-sided massacre. Song K and the others didn't show any mercy because they knew that being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Since they had become the enemy, they had to defeat them. Pangu was also fighting with the sword slave outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted as the sword slave displayed his powerful combat strength. The power of the 9 heaven-punishing swords in his hands was much stronger than when it was in the hands of Gu Fei. The sword slave was a sword maniac who entered the Tao through killing. His murderous aura was earth-shattering, causing the heaven and earth to pale in comparison. Even Pangu, the first ancestor of the Pang clan, was shocked by the murderous aura that erupted from the sword slave. He had lived for countless years, but it was the first time he encountered someone with such a strong murderous nature. The divine power of the Pang clan was also amazing. Pang Ji's cultivation was not weaker than the sword slave's, but his murderous nature was much weaker. Yin and Yang Qi rushed out of his body and turned into a yin-yang divine diagram. In the void where he was, the heaven and earth seemed to be reversed. Even the sword slave's sword light was shifted away. It seems to have the same effect as Master's divine power. Demon god Venerable had been watching coldly from the side. He had no intention of making a move. At this moment, his eyes lit up when he saw the divine power that Pangu displayed. The divine power derived from the yin and yang energy was amazing and could compete with the sword slave. One should know that the sword slave used to be an extreme sword venerable and created the extreme divine power. Only an extreme Tao divine art could contend against an extreme Tao divine art. Pangu was the first ancestor of the Pang clan. His yin and yang energy was also an extreme divine power. He was once an extreme god ancestor and had the ability to compete with the sword slave. The two experts directly charged into the starry sky. Countless stars exploded continuously, illuminating the starry sky. The sword slave slashed out with his sword. The sword light soared for thousands of miles. Wherever the sword light passed, the stars were directly destroyed. The aura of destruction filled every inch of the starry sky. Pangu directly dodged and did not dare to fight the sword slave head-on. The sword slave walked the Tao of killing. He would kill gods and demons. As long as there was an existence that stood in his way, no matter what it was, he would kill it with one sword without hesitation. It was a tragedy for Pangu to encounter an opponent like the sword slave. Pangu moved quickly in the starry sky, dodging the sword slave's destructive sword light. Then, he drew his bow and shot at the sword slave. Although the power of the divine arrows condensed by the yin and yang divine power was not comparable to the power of the extreme divine arrows, it was still easy to kill a quasi-supremacy. The yin and yang divine arrows were constantly shot at the sword slave. Wherever the sword light passed, the void seemed to collapse and the divine power emitted was incomparably terrifying. However, the sword slave destroyed the yin-yang divine arrow with a single slash of its sword before charging at Pangu. Pangu had the yin and yang shift divine power to protect himself, and the yin and yang divine arrows shot by the extreme divine bow. He had both offense and defense. Even if the sword slave wanted to kill Pangu, it would not be easy. Just as the sword slave and Pangu were fighting, in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, a group of soldiers that seemed to have rushed out from hell. This divine army was extremely powerful. As soon as it came into contact with the Black Snake clan's battle formation, countless Black Snake clan soldiers fell from the sky. In an instant, nearly 10,000 Black Snake clan soldiers were killed. Chapter 3605. At this moment, the Pang clan used their trump card again. A troop of soldiers rushed out from the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. An extremely terrifying murderous aura burst out from the troop's battle formation. Everyone who sensed the murderous aura felt their hearts palpitate. The combat strength displayed by this troop was extremely powerful. As soon as they came into contact with the Black Snake clan's battle formation, nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Black Snake clan were killed by the spears of the Pang clan. This scene was absolutely horrifying. The warriors of the Black Snake clan fell from the sky like dumplings. They were all killed by the spear with one stab. There was no need for a second stab. The troop of the Pang clan was like an army of the god of death that rushed out from hell. Wherever they passed, the Black Snake clan's divine army was directly defeated. Kill them all. The clan master of the Black Snake clan went crazy. They were trapped in the Pang clan's ancestral land. The Pang clan, and they would not rest until one of them died. At this moment, the Black Snake clan had no way out. Not only the Black Snake clan, the Divine God clan, the first ancestor of the Earth Spirits, but also the third and fourth ancestors of the Earth Spirits had no way out. Even a part of the divine army of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was trapped in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Besides the God Ancestor army of the East Continent, Saber Master Nye Jingyun of the East Continent was also trapped. He had chased Pang Ming into the ancestral land of the Pang clan. At this moment, the clan master of the Divine God clan saw the Black Snake clan soldiers being slaughtered so miserably. So what if I have to die? I'll fight. The clan master of the Divine God clan immediately gave the order to attack the troop of the Pang clan with only 10,000 soldiers. Humph, digging your own grave. At this moment, a sneer came from the battle formation of the Pang clan's troop. This person was Pang Ming. He had escaped into the Earth Ancestor vein in the depths of the ancestral land of the Pang clan and awakened the ancient soldier that had been sleeping in the Earth Ancestor vein for countless years. The ancient weapon was one of the Pang clan's trump cards. When the Pang clan had fought against the Golden Rock goddess for Dongtian City, they had used the ancient weapon. The vanguard army of the East Continent led by the goddess Golden Rock was defeated by the ancient warriors. Dongtian City was almost taken back by the Pang race. However, at the crucial moment, the sword slave had intervened and defeated the ancient warrior of the Pang clan. But at this moment, the sword slave and Pangu charged into the starry sky. For 1,000? He didn't have the time to deal with the ancient soldier of the Pang clan that came out from the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The warriors of the deity clan formed a battle formation and attacked the ancient warriors of the Pang clan. Attack! The clan leader of the Heavenly God clan bellowed in rage as he swung the spear in his hand. At the same time, the countless divine rank soldiers in the Heavenly God clan's battle formation also swung their spears at the same time. Countless battle spears soared into the sky, turning into divine light that rained down on the ancient warrior formation of the Pang clan. Defend! At this time, Pang Ming roared. In the next moment, the ancient warriors of the Pang clan immediately took out their shields and raised them up. Countless shields formed a shield wall that protected all the ancient warriors. In the next moment, concentrated clanging sounds resounded. The spears that flew out from the deity clan's battle formation landed on the shield wall of the ancient warriors of the Pang clan. All the spears were blocked by the shield wall. Not a single one of the ancient warriors of the Pang clan was injured. Attack! Pang Ming, who was personally overseeing the ancient battle formation, continued to issue orders. Swoosh! The shield wall disappeared. Half of the ancient warriors of the Pang tribe struck out with their spears, while the other half continued to attack the Black Snake tribe. 6,000 divine lights flew out from the Pang clan's ancient battle formation and landed on the deity clan's battle formation. Defend. The clan leader of the deity clan hurriedly ordered the defense. Swoosh. Every soldier in the heavenly god clan's battle formation took out a shield at the same time and raised it up. The shields were combined together, and there wasn't even a single gap between them. However, when the 6,000 spears turned into divine lights and landed, miserable screams came from the battle formation of the deity clan. The spear that descended from the sky actually pierced through the shield that the celestial god clan warrior had raised, directly piercing through the warrior's trump card. What? The clan leader of the deity clan slapped away the spears that were stabbing towards him. However, in the next moment, he was met with tragedy. Thousands of warriors were stabbed to death. The spears that flew out from the ancient battle formation of the Pang clan actually ignored the shields in the hands of the deity clan's warriors. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What's going on? The elders of the deity clan were dumbfounded. Did the spears of the Pang clan actually possess an incomparably powerful divine weapon? The elders of the deity clan guessed correctly. The ancient warriors of the Pang clan had been sleeping in the ancestral veins of the earth for countless years. Their divine bodies and weapons had been nourished by the ancestral chi of the earth and had become incomparably powerful. The weapons in the hands of the ancient warriors of the Pang clan were naturally much stronger than ordinary warriors. It was no surprise that they could break through the shields of the deity clan's warriors. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient warriors of the Pang clan were retreating. Wherever they passed, the warriors of the mysterious Snake clan were constantly killed. Outrageous. Do you think you're invincible just like that? At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. The first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan led the warriors under him and rushed over. They were also trapped in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan sat directly in the battle formation. At that moment, the battle formation was operating and a powerful force was gathering. After that, a huge dragon rushed out from the battle formation and pounced on the Pang clan's ancient battle formation. Defend. Pang Ming's face was extremely solemn as he faced the attack from the battle formation led by the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan. One must know that the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan was not an ordinary opponent. The first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan was too powerful as he used to be a supreme ultimate god of the Earth Spirit clan. Although he was no longer a supreme ultimate god, no one dared to underestimate him. Nearly 10,000 ancient warriors once again raised their shields. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud noises were heard as the huge dragon that rushed out from the first progenitor's battle formation directly hit the shields of the ancient warriors of the Pang clan. A violent force erupted, causing the entire ancient battle formation to tremble. Pang Ming sat cross-legged in the eye of the ancient battle formation and could not help but look extremely solemn when he sensed the attack from the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan could shake the entire ancient battle formation. At that moment, the clan leader of the Black Snake clan hurriedly led the remaining Black Snake soldiers to retreat. They had no choice but to retreat. If they were attacked by the Pang clan's ancient warriors a few more times, all of the Black Snake clan soldiers would be annihilated in the Pang clan's ancestral land. At that moment, the shields above the heads of the Pang clan's ancient warriors were connected as ancient divine patterns appeared on the shields. Those divine patterns intertwined and formed a layer of divine light that blocked all the attacks from the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan's battle formation. The huge dragons collided with the layer of divine light on the ancient battle formation, and all of them exploded. Just as the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan's battle formation launched an attack on the Pang clan's ancient battle formation, the Heavenly God clan's battle formation was also desperately gathering its strength. A ball of divine light rushed out from the eye of the Heavenly God clan's formation and floated above the battle formation. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from every soldier of the Heavenly God clan and entered the ball of light above the battle formation. Rumble. The divine power emitted from the ball of light grew stronger, and the void around it was constantly being annihilated. It was incomparably terrifying. However, the ancestral god realm could not have extreme power. The power gathered by the ball of light didn't cross the red line allowed by the ancestral god realm. The heavenly god clan's battle formation was about to use its trump card. It wanted to gather the power of the entire battle formation and deal a fatal blow to the Pang clan's ancient battle formation. The heavenly god clan's clan leader wasn't the only one with this idea. The fourth progenitor of the Earth Spirit clan was also gathering power and preparing to attack. For a moment, the divine power fluctuations from the Pang clan's ancestral land were extremely powerful. This caused the other cultivators in the ancestral land to be extremely terrified. The power of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's battle formation was the weakest in the Pang clan's ancestral land. However, it was a moment of life and death. If they couldn't destroy the Pang clan's ancient battle formation, they would be the ones to die. No one wanted to die. The current situation was the most critical for the East Continent soldiers. If they could take down the Pang clan in one go, they would be able to dominate the entire Central Continent. Becoming the overlord of the Central Continent was extremely significant. It was enough to affect the entire ancestral god realm's forces. Many forces would have to be reshuffled. At this time, the scene outside the Pang clan's ancestral land was completely different. The clansmen of the Pang clan who were blocked outside had almost all been killed by the god clan army led by Tsong Quebec. Tsong Ke didn't seem to be in a good state. He couldn't exert much of his cultivation. In fact, he had been shot dead by Pang Gu. However, he had a backup plan. With the help of Gu Fei's doppelganger, he came back to life. This Tsong Ke was the real Tsong Quebec. He wasn't an incarnation or a doppelganger. Fellow Taoist, please help. At that moment, Tsong Ke came in front of the monster god and said politely. He had actually sensed the monster god's existence a long time ago. The monster god was an expert under Gu Fei, and his cultivation base was definitely much stronger than his. You want me to help you break the great formation in front? Chapter 3606. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, battle cries shook the heavens. The sky was filled with figures fighting fiercely. Blood rain fell from the sky. Moreover, this was not an ordinary blood rain, but the blood rain of gods. The East Continent's celestial army led by Tsong Ke was engaged in the final battle with the Pang clan's army. The battle was terrifying as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Even the starry sky was affected as countless stars completely disappeared from the starry sky. Rumble, the defensive formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land, was operating crazily, blocking nearly half of Tsong Ke's celestial army outside. The second ancestor guided the power of the battle formation to attack the defensive formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land. However, the defensive formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land was constantly increasing. Even the essence of the ancestral Earth Meridian was being guided over. Moreover, the defensive formation of the Pang clan could devour all attacks and convert them into the defensive formation's power. Therefore, the more one attacked the formation, the stronger the defensive formation would be. The entire Pang clan's ancestral land was shrouded in a layer of divine light. Countless divine runes were faintly visible and intertwined on the divine light, forming a mysterious formation that kept gathering power. Boom! A loud bang was heard from the battle formation controlled by the second ancestor. Subsequently, a ball of destructive divine light rushed out from the battle formation and bombarded the Pang clan's ancestral land. It was as terrifying as a sun falling towards the Pang clan's ancestral land. However, the ball of destructive divine light exploded on the layer of divine light that shrouded the Pang clan's ancestral land. The explosive power was completely devoured by the layer of divine light. That layer of godly light didn't even create a ripple. This shocked the second ancestor. It seemed like he had to think of another way to break through the protective divine light of the Pang clan's ancestral land unless he used an extreme divine weapon. However, the extreme divine weapon of the Earth Spirit clan was not in the second ancestor's hands. Friend, you have to help me this time no matter what. Seeing this scene, Tsong Ke also became anxious. All right. The demon god did not waste any time and immediately agreed. The reason he appeared here was to help Song Ke at the critical moment. Haha, all right. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Song Ke laughed and said, but he also knew that he owed the demon god a huge favor. How about it? For 1,000? As for how to return it, that was a matter for the future. Song Ke wanted to use his extreme Tao divine sword. This was a Tao artifact that he had refined himself. He had refined it his entire life. Although his cultivation had fallen from the extreme Tao realm, his sword was still an extreme Tao divine sword. However, it was impossible for him to self-destruct his divine weapon like Pang Gu did. Therefore, he had to join forces with the demon god to destroy the Pang clan's defensive formation. That was because the demon god also had a divine weapon in his hand. It was a sword that Gu Fei's doppelganger had temporarily given to him. It was the purple gold divine sword that Gu Fei's doppelganger had brought along. Song Ke and the demon god Venerable activated their respective divine weapons without hesitation. Buzz. 2 sword chimes were heard as 2 immortal sword lights soared into the sky from Song Ke and the demon god. 2 waves of chilling sword aura spread out, causing the temperature of the entire void to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill down their spine as the aura of the 2 divine swords made their souls tremble. The 2 experts directly activated their divine swords and slashed at the Pang clan's ancestral land's guardian divine light. 2 sword lights flashed and directly penetrated the layer of divine light. That was the power of the divine swords. Even if they could not display their true power, they could still break through the Pang clan's ancestral land's guardian divine light. However, the guardian divine light that was broken by the 2 immortal sword lights was quickly repairing itself. What? Song Ke and the demon god Venerable could not help but be shocked. The 2 holes on the guardian divine light were repairing very quickly and were about to disappear. Preposterous. Song Ke and the demon god Venerable looked at each other before they turned into a divine light and rushed into the Pang clan's ancestral land before the 2 holes on the guardian divine light completely disappeared. Meanwhile, in the Pang clan's ancestral land, Pang Gu commanded the ancient battle formation and defeated the East Continent's divine race army. Whether it was the Deity clan, the Black Snake clan, or the Earth Spirit clan, they were no match for Pang Gu. To be precise, they were no match for Pang Gu and the ancient soldier. The Pang clan's ancient soldier battle formation could be said to be invincible. Even the first Earth Spirit ancestors' battle formation was forced to retreat. Many Earth Spirit clan soldiers were killed. The 4th Earth Spirit Ancestors battle formation was destroyed by Pang Ge's ancient soldier battle formation. 80% of the soldiers in the battle formation died under the spears of the ancient soldier. Just as Song Ke and the demon god Venerable charged into the Pang clan's ancestral land, the 3rd Earth Spirit Ancestor had just been blasted away by Pang Ge's battle formation. His body was pierced by the ancient soldier, leaving a dozen bloody holes on his body. The 3rd Earth Spirit Ancestor was severely injured. Preposterous. Song Ke rushed into the Pang clan's ancestral land and saw this scene. He could not help but be furious. He directly activated the ultimate divine sword and slashed at Pang Ge's ancient soldier battle formation. A sword light fell directly on Pang Ge's battle formation like a divine rainbow. The immortal sword light directly tore the void between heaven and earth. Defend. Pang Gu hurriedly ordered. Tens of thousands of ancient soldiers immediately raised the shields in their hands. A layer of divine light instantly emerged from the shield formation, and a huge formation pattern emerged on the shield formation. When Song Ke's sword light fell on the ancient soldier battle formation, it was blocked by the shield formation. The immortal sword light was directly knocked away. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. It should be known that that was a godly sword of the ultimate path. This guy, Nie Jingyun, could not help but sweat on his forehead when he saw this scene from afar. He came here to kill Pang Gu, but he found that he could not kill Pang Gu anymore. Pang Gu was sitting in the ancient soldier battle formation, so Nie Jingyun naturally did not dare to go up and fight against the ancient soldier battle formation. Although he was the saber master, he was not strong enough to ignore all enemies. He would definitely lose against the ancient soldier battle formation. The 3rd Earth Spirit Ancestor was the best example. The 3rd Earth Spirit Ancestor's cultivation was not inferior to Saber Master Nie Jingyun. Kill. The demon god Venerable moved. The purple gold divine sword immediately turned into an immortal swordlight and slashed at Pang Ji's ancient soldier battle formation. However, there was no suspense. The purple gold divine sword could not exert the power of the ultimate divine sword and was also blasted away by the power of the ancient soldier battle formation. How is this possible? Although it was hard to believe, the combat power displayed by the ancient soldier battle formation was really amazing. Do I have to ask Master for help? Chapter 3607. While the central continent of the ancestral god realm was undergoing drastic changes, the east continent of the ancestral god realm was peaceful and all living beings were recuperating. The east continent had gone through a terrible war. The Chaos Golden Rock race had finally unified the east continent and ended the situation where the major forces of the east continent were divided. The east continent was actually an undefended region at this time, but the forces of the other regions of the ancestral god realm didn't dare to set foot in it. Even though Tsang-Ke had taken away almost all of the divine army in the east continent, the forces of the other regions didn't dare to take advantage of the situation. The reason was simple. Gu Fei was in the east continent. Gu Fei had never suffered a single defeat in the ancestral god realm. With unstoppable momentum, he had helped the Chaos Golden Rock race defeat the Golden Crow race and subdued the Earth Spirit, the Heavenly God realm, and the Profound Snake race, the three great races of the eastern continent. The Chaos Golden Rock race had swept through the entire east continent, and no force could contend against them. Tsang-Ke was currently on an expedition to the central continent. Only a small number of the Chaos Golden Rock race's clansmen were guarding the ancestral land. In the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral land, there was a valley filled with blooming flowers and lingering mist. A small bridge and a stream could be vaguely seen in the mist. Occasionally, immortal beasts would walk to the stream to drink from it, and immortal birds would fly across the sky. This was simply a paradise. The spiritual energy here was dense, and it was definitely a treasure land for cultivators to cultivate in. Cultivating in such a paradise would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. A figure was sitting on a boulder in the depths of the valley. This person was Gu Fei's real body. There was a black dragon sitting on his shoulder. It was a divine dragon that he had once subdued. He had tossed it into his inner world and let it run its own course. This divine dragon was impressive. It had actually cultivated successfully in Gu Fei's inner world and caught Gu Fei's attention. He then let the black dragon carry out its duties. The black dragon was originally Gu Fei's mount. It was just that he hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. Now, the black dragon's cultivation had actually reached the saint realm. It was a saint dragon with incomparably powerful battle prowess. It was not something that ordinary saints could compare to. In Gu Fei's hand was an even smaller dragon. This dragon actually looked like the ancestral dragon. A faint medicinal effect emanated from it. It turned out that this little ancestral dragon was not a real dragon, but an immortal medicine. This immortal medicine was the ancestral dragon's immortal medicine that Gu Fei had obtained. Although he had forced out the demonic power from Li Lingfeng's body with his great divine ability, no one could guarantee that Li Lingfeng would never walk the path of the demonic path again. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, a flame suddenly descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, the flame landed in his hand. Soon, he extinguished the flame in his hand with a claw. Tsang-Ke can't deal with the Peng clan? Gu Fei muttered to himself. That flame was actually a fire messenger talisman sent to him by demon god Venerable. The speed of the fire messenger talisman was very fast. It actually spread from central continent to east continent. I'll ask Zhong Han to make a trip. With a thought from Gu Fei, a figure walked out of the void in the next moment. For 1,000? It appeared in front of him. Master! Zhong Han bowed to Gu Fei. Make a trip to the central continent. Gu Fei took out a divine sword and handed it to Zhong Han. Then, he said, tell Tsang-Ke that if he can't take down the Peng clan's ancestral land, he should obediently go back to the east continent. Yes, master. Zhong Han excitedly received the sword from Gu Fei. His hands trembled as he received the sword. The sword was the ancestral god sword Gu Fei, obtained from the ancestral god city in the depths of the graveyard of the gods. The ancestral god sword was the #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. Zhong Han found it hard to believe that his master would hand over such an important sword weapon to him. After receiving the order, Zhong Han immediately left the valley and went to the transportation formation platform in the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. He stepped onto the platform and activated the transportation formation. Swoosh! A ball of divine light emerged from the platform and instantly enveloped Zhong Han. In the next moment, Zhong Han's figure disappeared from the platform. Not long after Zhong Han left, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky above the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The huge vortex shrouded the entire sky. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the vortex. All the cultivators in the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land were stunned. Chapter 3608. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Song Ke in the Demon God's final battle with the Pang clan's metal element in the Central Continent's ancestral land was earth-shattering. Countless God Realm soldiers from both sides were killed. Blood flowed like a river in the Pang clan's ancestral land. Corpses piled up like a mountain, and the thick smell of blood permeated every inch of the void. The ancient battle formation formed by Pang Ji's ancient battle weapon was so powerful that it could block Song Ke's and Demon God Venerable's attacks. This kind of battle strength was absolutely heaven-defying. One should know that Song Ke and the Demon God had used their supreme sword weapons. The 1st and 4th Progenitors battle formations also launched a frenzied attack on Pang Ji's ancient battle formation, but they were still blocked by Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. The Celestial God clan and the Black Snake clan's battle formations were fighting with all their might. However, Pang Ji's ancient battle formation only managed to keep the Earth Spirit clans and the Black Snake clan's battle formations in order. Rays of exterminating divine light flew out from Pang Ji's ancient battle formation and pierced through countless soldiers. The soldiers of the Heavenly God clan and the Black Snake clan fell from the sky like dumplings. Song Ke's chaotic Golden Rock clan soldiers were also scattered. Song Ke's eyes turned red when he saw his clansmen dying under the ancient battle formation spears. The chaotic Golden Rock clan had very few clansmen to begin with. Now that so many of them had died, it was unbearable. At this time, the situation seemed to be developing in a direction that was disadvantageous to Tsang Quebec. It was the last step. As long as he defeated the Pang clan, he could become the overlord of Zhongzhou State. If the Pang clan turned the tables now, he would never be the overlord of Zhongzhou State. Kill! Song Ke roared crazily and attacked Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. I didn't expect you to come back to life. Looks like I've underestimated you. Pang Gu was shocked and angry when he saw Song Ke charging towards him. One should know that he had to sacrifice 2 of his supreme divine arrows to kill Song Quebec. They thought that Song Ke's body and soul had been destroyed, but who would have thought that Song Ke could still come back to life? Of course, an existence like Song Ke naturally had many tricks up his sleeves. It was not an easy task to kill such an existence. At the same time, Demon God Venerable was also making his move. If Song Ke was unlucky, he would be next. Haha, come. I'll send you all on your way. Pang Gu laughed crazily. The ancient battle formation was operating crazily. A terrifying destructive power was heading towards Song Ke and the Demon God Venerable. Without any suspense, although Song Ke's extreme Dao God sword broke through the layers of God power, it was still blown away by the ancient battle formation's power. The same went for Monster God Venerable. The peerless sword light fell on the ancient battle formation, but the sword light immediately collapsed, and he was forced to retreat. Pang Ji's ancient battle formation was simply invincible. Under the power of the extreme path, such a battle strength could actually sweep away all opponents. This was something that no one had ever thought of. How is this possible? Song Ke was in disbelief. He had never believed that there was such an invincible power under the extreme path, but now it seemed that the truth was far stronger than words. At that moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from outside the Pang clan's ancestral land. A terrifying murderous aura came from outside. The murderous aura completely ignored the protective formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land. What? Pang Ji's expression changed when he sensed the aura. The next moment, the protective formation of the entire Pang clan's ancestral land suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, the protective divine light that shrouded the entire ancestral land dissipated in the void. No, Pangu was shocked when he saw that. The protective formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land was broken. How was that possible? On this day, too many impossible things had happened. Then, a battle formation composed of only 5,000 people directly attacked the Pang clan's ancestral land. Wherever they passed, countless disciples of the Pang clan died. The battle strength displayed by the battle formation was incredible. Sankei was overjoyed when he saw the battle formation because it was a battle formation personally trained by Gu Fei. The battle formation was composed of the young and strong clansmen of the Ming clan. Gu Fei had countless cultivation resources, including the heaven-defying divine spring of life in his inner world. Moreover, there was more than one. The 5,000 battle formation was Gu Fei's trump card. This time, Gu Fei's doppelganger brought the 5,000 battle formation to Central Continent but never used it. Just a day ago, this troop finally showed its formidable combat strength and defeated the allied forces in the east region of Zhengzhou State that were loyal to the Pang clan. Of course, that was just a small test. Now, it was time for the battle formation to receive the real test. One should know that the battle formation formed by the Pang clan's ancient battle formation was invincible under the extreme path. Even Sankei and the demon god could not break it. Behind the 5,000 battle formation, there was a towering death aura that shrouded half of the sky. Within the black death aura, a powerful and terrifying figure could be vaguely seen. It was another battle formation cultivated by Gu Fei. It was the undead army. 4,000. The three lords of the undead had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. A huge dragon shadow loomed in the death aura. It was a powerful lord of the undead. The figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared high in the sky, quietly watching the scene in front of him. The battle formation formed by 5,000 battle formation directly collided with Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. A violent explosion occurred as rays of divine light rushed out from each formation and collided with each other. Pang Ji's ancient battle formation had more people. Tens of thousands of ancient battle formation attacked at the same time. But Gu Fei's battle formation could only block half of the divine light that pierced through it. Gu Fei's battle formation directly raised the battle shields in their hands. The divine light fell on the battle shields and were all knocked away. It was difficult to break through the battle shields in Gu Fei's battle formation. Kill! Gu Fei's 5,000 battle formation roared and raised the battle spears in their hands at the same time. Kill! Pang Ji's ancient battle formation also roared and raised the battle spears in their hands. Two extremely terrifying forces erupted from the two battle formations and collided. In the next moment, the void in front of the two battle formations was instantly annihilated. A scene of destruction appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone in the vicinity hurriedly retreated, because if they were to be affected by the explosion of these two powers, they would definitely die. Even Sankei and the demon god avoided it. At that moment, a figure appeared next to Gu Fei's doppelganger. "Greetings, master." That person knelt down respectfully to Gu Fei's doppelganger. "Why are you here?" Gu Fei's doppelganger did not look at the person kneeling behind him because he already knew who it was. Zhonghan had been cultivating in the Earth Ancestor vein in the depths of the Golden Rock clan. This was the first time he left Gu Fei's side after he was subdued by Gu Fei and came to the faraway Central Continent. Although there was a connection between Gu Fei's real body and doppelganger, they were too far apart. Moreover, the real body was in a dominant position compared to the doppelganger. The real body could sense everything about the doppelganger, but the doppelganger could not sense anything about the real body. "It was Master who sent me here," Zhonghan hurriedly said. "You also brought the sword?" Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly said in surprise. The 10,000 gods' ancestral sword had been refined by his main body, so he could naturally sense the existence of the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword. Zhonghan hurriedly took out the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword and handed it to Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger took the ancestral god sword and pulled it out. A cold light immediately appeared in front of him. It was so piercing that he couldn't open his eyes. At that moment, the aura of the ultimate divine sword had completely disappeared. Even the divine light on the sword had disappeared. Gu Fei's doppelganger carefully looked at the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword, then sheathed it and threw it to Zhong Han, who was kneeling on the ground. "Go," Gu Fei's doppelganger said. "Yes, master." Zhong Han accepted the order and stood up. In the next moment, Zhong Han's figure disappeared into the void and reappeared in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Song Ke and the beast god were shocked when they saw Zhong Han. They never expected to see Zhong Han in a place like this. Zhong Han had always been by the side of Gu Fei's main body and would not easily leave Gu Fei's side. Zhong Han was an extreme great sovereign of the ancestral god realm, but at this time, the ancestral god realm couldn't display the strength of an extreme great sovereign. Even if Zhong Han was an extreme great sovereign, he couldn't display the strength of an extreme great sovereign. However, Song Ke couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the sword in Zhong Han's hand. The 10,000 gods' ancestral sword? What's going on? Taoist Gu Fei actually gave the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword to Zhong Han? Song Ke was in disbelief. The 10,000 gods' ancestral sword was known as the #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. How could it be given to a supreme expert of the ancestral god realm? At that moment, Gu Fei's battle weapon and Pang Ji's ancient battle weapon were fighting. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Everyone was shocked. The battle strength of the battle weapon trained by Gu Fei was extremely terrifying. A battle formation of 5,000 battle weapons was enough to sweep through the entire ancestral god realm. However, the great necromancy formation had yet to be activated. "You guys are really useless." Zhong Han glanced at Song Ke and the demon divine lord and said arrogantly, "What did you say?" Song Ke and the demon divine lord were immediately displeased. What did he say? He was so arrogant, but he still had to lower his head in front of Gu Fei. Zhong Han's arrogant attitude made Song Ke and the demon divine lord very unhappy. At that moment, a black vortex appeared in the sky above the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land in the East Continent. Then, powerful figures walked out of the vortex. Ancestral god realm? In the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and looked at the vortex in the sky with a solemn expression. Chapter 3609. A Genius in a Second Remember to Go Away? The web provides you with exciting novels to read. Just as the battle between the East Continent's Divine Clan Army and the Pang Clan Army reached the most crucial moment, a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky above the East Continent's chaotic Golden Rock Clan. A terrifying aura descended from the black whirlpool, causing the cultivators in the chaotic Golden Rock Clan's ancestral ground to be extremely terrified. The chaotic Golden Rock Clan's defensive formation was immediately activated. A huge ball of divine light emerged and enveloped the entire Pang clan's ancestral ground. Ancestral realm. At this moment, a figure stood on a huge rock in the depths of the ancestral ground. This person was looking up at the sky with an extremely solemn expression. This person was Gu Fei. He sensed the aura of the ancestral realm and saw many powerful figures walking out of the black whirlpool. Each figure was surrounded by powerful chaotic aura. 9 extremely powerful figures walked out of the black whirlpool. Ganging up on me? When Gu Fei saw the other party's formation, he immediately guessed their intentions. The 9 figures walked down from the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble as if it would collapse at any moment. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered and did not say anything. He immediately slammed his palm at the 9 figures walking down from the sky. Rumble. A huge hand covered the entire sky and a terrifying force erupted from it. Gu Fei actually wanted to fight against the 9 experts from the ancestral realm at the same time with his own strength. However, at this moment, a battle spear descended from the sky and pierced through Gu Fei's huge hand. Then, it stabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed the incoming battle spear and threw it back. The battle spear turned into a ray of divine light and instantly pierced through a mysterious figure. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. Could it be that the 9 experts from the ancestral realm were just 9 figures without physical bodies? At this time, the 9 figures attacked at the same time. The heaven-covering palm that Gu Fei had sent out actually collapsed in the void. The destructive power spread out in all directions. The surrounding void was mercilessly torn apart, shattered, and then annihilated, turning into nothingness. 9 terrifying figures descended from the sky and instantly penetrated the chaotic Golden Rock Race's protective formation. They landed around Gu Fei and surrounded Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The 9 figures from the primogenitor realm were able to ignore the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral land's defensive array. How was that possible? Swoosh! A blurry figure suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Although the illusory figure looked very illusory, the battle power that erupted from it was extremely shocking. Bam! Gu Fei's right palm collided with the incoming palm. He only felt a great force colliding with him, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At the same time, the blurry figure behind him also attacked. The figure pointed with a finger and dazzling divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. An extremely sharp wave of sword chi erupted from the figure. Playing with swords with me? Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, his body shook and countless rays of sword light rushed out from his body. Not only did the rays of sword light block the sword wave that shot out from behind him, but they also attacked the figure at the same time. However, the countless rays of sword light directly passed through the figure. The figure was actually not affected at all. How is this possible? Gu Fei was very confused. What kind of existence were these 9 figures? Just as Gu Fei was feeling curious about these fellows, the 9 figures moved and attacked at the same time. In the next moment, a dull collision sound was heard and the 9 figures were sent flying. At this moment, Gu Fei was simply like a terrifying heavenly beast. He actually sent the 9 figures from the primogenitor realm flying. At this moment, Gu Fei knew the actual situation of the 9 figures from the primogenitor realm. They were merely clones of the extreme grade supremes. However, the 9 clones were almost indestructible existences. Unless the main body in the primogenitor realm was killed, the 9 figures would always exist. If you have the guts, come and fight me with your real body. Gu Fei stared at the 9 figures that besieged him again and said coldly. At the same time, an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand, and a wave of primordial chaos force erupted from the ancient cauldron. When the 9 extreme grade supremes saw the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, they were a little frightened. At the same time, they stopped and stared nervously at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. The 9 extreme grade supremes seemed to be a little wary of the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei also noticed this situation, which surprised and delighted him. All of you, come in. Gu Fei patted the mountain and river cauldron in his hand, and a heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from the mountain and river cauldron and instantly enveloped the 9 figures. Roar! The 9 extreme grade supremes roared furiously and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the 9 clones. The devouring force that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron suddenly soared. Rumble! Wherever the devouring force from the mountain and river cauldron enveloped, the void collapsed and was annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. The 9 extreme grade supremes flew up. Although they tried their best to resist the devouring force of the mountain and river cauldron, they still flew towards it in the end. Without any suspense, the 9 extreme grade supremes were directly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. After the 9 extreme grade supremes were devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, the huge black hole in the sky gradually disappeared. In the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock Clan, all the clansmen of the Chaos Golden Rock Clan were stunned by this scene. After Gu Fei resolved the crisis in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock Clan, the entire region gradually calmed down and the entire East Continent became peaceful again. At this time, only the people of the ancestral realm dared to resist Gu Fei. In the entire East Continent of the ancestral god realm, there was no cultivation force that dared to oppose Gu Fei. At this time, In the central continent of the ancestral god realm, the ancestral land of the Pang clan was filled with murderous intent. Countless soldiers were fighting with their lives on the line. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. Not only the ancestral land of the Pang clan, but even in the starry sky, there were two great experts fighting with their lives on the line. The sword slave and Pang Ming had already entered the starry sky. In the starry sky, sword chi and divine power were everywhere. Huge stars were exploding one after another, and the entire starry sky was shaking. Heaven-punishing sword. The sword slave displayed his trump card, the heaven-punishing 9 swords. A terrifying power of the sword principle erupted from his body, and 9 destructive sword lights rushed out from his body. Wherever the 9 sword lights passed, the void was immediately annihilated. More than a dozen huge stars in the way were instantly turned into ashes. It was extremely terrifying. What? Pang Ming was shocked to see this. He tried his best to dodge, but in the end, he was still slashed by the sword slave and turned into a cloud of blood mist. However, the cloud of blood mist retracted in the next moment, and a figure appeared in the void again. However, the sword slave did not give Pang Ming any chance. He slashed out again, and the destructive sword light directly hit Pang Ming. In the next moment, Pang Ming's divine body was shattered again. The destructive power of heaven and earth erupted, and Pang Ming's body and soul were directly destroyed. After killing Pang Ming, the sword slave directly rushed down from the starry sky and soon arrived in the sky above the ancestral land of the Pang clan. At this time, countless experts in the ancestral land of the Pang clan were attacking Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. Pang Ji's ancient battle formation was rampaging in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. With every attack, a large number of East Continent celestial warriors were killed. Break for me. At this time, Zhong Han made his move. The myriad god ancestral sword in his hand turned into a shocking sword rainbow and directly fell on Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. Defend. Pang Gu roared. In the next moment, every ancient warrior in the ancient battle formation raised the divine shield in their hands at the same time. The sword light from Zhong Han's slash landed on Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. Then, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The sword light directly broke the defense of the ancient battle formation and split it in half. At this time, the ancient warriors that formed the battle formation finally suffered casualties. This caused Pang Gu, who was in charge of the ancient battle formation, to be inexplicably shocked. How is this possible? Pang Gu hurriedly changed the formation. The ancient battle formation's warriors put down their shields and raised the spears in their hands to attack Zhong Han. Countless divine spears flew out from the ancient battle formation and turned into divine lights that pierced through Zhong Han. Every divine light emitted a powerful divine power. At this time, Zhong Han swung his sword again, and the countless divine spears that pierced through the ancient battle formation were directly cut in half. They turned into stubborn iron and fell from the sky. Even Zhong Han was shocked by the power displayed by the myriad god ancestral sword in his hand. The myriad god ancestral sword was so powerful. No wonder it was known as the #1 divine weapon in the ancestral god realm. Even Song Ke, Nie Jingyun, Venerable demon god, and other experts looked at Zhong Han differently. Where did this guy find such a powerful supreme Tao artifact? Only a limited number of people knew that Gu Fei had refined the myriad god ancestral sword in the myriad god ancestral city's city lord's mansion in the depths of the graveyard of gods. Many people did not know that the sword in Zhong Han's hand was the legendary #1 sword in the ancestral god realm. Again, Zhong Han roared and waved the long sword in his hand, fiercely slashing at Pang Ji's ancient battle formation. The indescribably sharp sword light once again tore apart the ancient battle formation's defensive power. Wherever the sword light passed, the ancient battle formation was once again split in half. Chapter 36:10. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The might of the myriad gods' ancestral sword far exceeded everyone's imagination. Zhong Han desperately activated the myriad god's ancestral sword in his hand. With a single slash, a terrifying sword light instantly soared tens of millions of feet, directly splitting Pang Ge's ancient battle formation into two. Love, go little, say net Kua. The ancient battle formation's defensive power could block Song Kei's divine sword and Venerable monster's ultimate divine sword, but it could not block the ancestral sword. The ancestral divine realm's #1 ultimate divine weapon was not just for show. Rumble, Pang Ge's ancient battle formation was constantly changing, but Zhong Han's sword had slain hundreds of ancient battle soldiers. Under the myriad god ancestral sword's sword light, these ancient battle soldiers that had lived for countless years had ended up with their bodies and souls destroyed. Preposterous. Pangu, who was overseeing the ancient battle formation, was both shocked and furious. This was his final trump card. If he couldn't turn the tables, then all the disciples of the Pang clan would be consigned to eternal damnation. Surrender. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice sounded in Pang Ji's mind. After dealing with those from the ancestral realm, he directly came to Zhongtian City and rushed to the Pang clan's ancestral land. He did not want the Pang clan to be finished like this, and wanted to make one last effort to persuade them to surrender. You want me to surrender and become your slave? Impossible. In the ancient battle formation, Pangu roared crazily. At this time, he saw his sword slave, his third brother Pang Ming, die in battle. This almost drove him crazy. Rumble. The ancient battle formation let out a heart-palpitating sound of wind and thunder. Rays of divine light rushed out from the formation, directly piercing the void between heaven and earth. At this time, Pangu would rather die than live in dishonor. At worst, he would die in battle. Pangu had lost all hope. Under the encirclement of the East Continent's celestial soldiers, the Pang clan's disciples in the ancestral land had been wiped out, leaving only Pangu and his ancient battle formation. At this time, even Fatty Pang and his son had died in battle. Gu Fei's avatar saw Fatty Pang's corpse. This fellow had been pierced in the middle of his eyebrows by a battle spear. He had died just like that, and even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Since they were enemies, it was either you die or I die. There was no room for mercy. Since you don't want to surrender, then there's nothing I can do. Gu Fei's clone looked at the ancient battle formation in the distance, then shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave. Kill. Seeing that Gu Fei's clone had left, Zhong Han struck once more. This time, the myriad god ancestral sword in his hand shone with a resplendent divine light. The entire divine sword seemed to have come to life. It transformed into a shocking rainbow and soared into the sky. Then, it descended towards the ancient battle formation. At this time, Zhong Han felt exhausted. Although the myriad god ancestral sword had flown out of his hand, in that instant, the divine sword had absorbed nearly 1/3 of his body's essence chi. The myriad god ancestral sword had to consume a large amount of essence chi to display such great power. Of course, the myriad god ancestral sword did not display the power of the extreme Tao. Even so, it was not something that Pang Ge's ancient battle formation could contend against. The power displayed by the myriad god ancestral sword was absolutely invincible under the extreme Tao. However, the power displayed by Pang Ge's ancient battle formation was also invincible under the extreme Tao. This was a battle between two invincible powers under the extreme Tao. Attack. Pangu would not sit and wait for death. Nearly 10,000 ancient soldiers raised their battle spears at the same time. Endless power converged, and a huge phantom of a battle spear appeared in the sky above the ancient battle formation. This was the power of the battle formation condensed together, turning into the phantom of a battle spear. The power emanating from the phantom of the battle spear made one's heart palpitate. Clang. The sword light formed by the myriad god ancestral sword instantly collided with the huge battle spear soaring into the sky, producing a metallic sound. 4,000? Come on. Buzz. Song Kei and the others felt their eardrums hurt. In the next moment, they could not hear anything for the time being. Of course, this was only a temporary deafness. Song Kei and the others quickly regained their hearing. Even so, they were still inexplicably shocked. Then, Everyone witnessed a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw the immortal sword light split the phantom of the battle spear, soaring into the sky in half and dissipated in the void. Swoosh! The immortal sword light fell and directly strangled into Pang Ge's ancient battle formation. A terrifying sword chi fluctuation erupted. In the next moment, bloodlight suddenly appeared. Countless ancient soldiers were killed and tragically destroyed. For a moment, the ancient battle formation was in chaos. Kill. Song Ke, sword slave, demon god, and Nie Jingyun took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack Pang Ge's ancient battle formation. Then, the entire ancient battle formation immediately fell apart. Even Pang Gu, who was in the eye of the formation, was shaken off and vomited blood continuously. With the four of them joining forces, the strength of their attacks was simply too terrifying. Countless ancient weapons were turned into mists of blood. These ancient weapons that had lived for countless years still died on the battlefield. It could be said that they had died a worthy death. After Song Ke and the other four great experts attacked, the battle formation of the Earth Spirit Clan and the Heavenly God Clan also moved. They surrounded and killed the ancient soldiers from all directions. A fierce battle broke out once again. A powerful and terrifying aura spread across the sky and the earth. The murderous aura made one's heart palpitate. It was a one-sided battle. The ancient soldiers of the Pang clan kept falling from the sky. Pang Ji's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. He directly pounced towards Zhong Han. A violent power erupted from his body. Divine light circled around his body like a dancing divine flame. At this time, the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword flew up. With a flash of sword light, Pang Gu was cut in half. His corpse fell from the sky. An incomparably powerful ancestor of the Pang clan was killed just like that. All the experts who saw this scene were dumbfounded. One should know that Pang Gu was one of the three great ancestors of the Pang clan. His cultivation was extremely powerful. At this time, Zhong Han grabbed the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword that flew back. He was extremely excited. The power displayed by this supreme divine sword made his heart palpitate. The power displayed by the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword was much stronger than an ordinary supreme Tao weapon. There was no suspense about what happened next. The remaining ancient soldiers did not surrender just because Pang Gu was killed. All the ancient soldiers of the Pang clan fought to the end. Even though they knew that they would die, they still fought to the end. This scene moved Song Ke and the others. As the last ancient soldier of the Pang clan fell, the war that affected the entire central continent finally came to an end. The Pang clan was actually annihilated. The entire central continent's cultivation world ushered in the most turbulent day. At this time, the forces that stood on the right side secretly rejoiced. The Shiman clan was even more surprised and happy. The Shiman clan was really going to rise. The battle formation of the Shiman clan had also participated in the battle against the remnants of the Pang clan. Many of them died. In front of the East Continent's celestial clan army, the soldiers of the Shiman clan were not very powerful. However, their indomitable momentum made the other forces feel a little incredulous. After conquering the ancestral land of the Pang clan, Song Ke was a little unhappy. One should know that his losses were also very great. He almost died. After the war, the ancestral land of the Pang clan was severely damaged and needed to be repaired. Song Ke personally guarded the ancestral land of the Pang clan. One should know that the ancestral land of the Pang clan was a peerless treasure land. Many people were envious of it. The place that he had painstakingly conquered could not be occupied by others. After the news of the Pang clan's annihilation spread, countless cultivation forces in the central continent came to the ancestral land of the Pang clan. They all wanted to rely on Quebec. In an instant, there were many cultivators near the ancestral land of the Pang clan. It became lively all of a sudden. However, the smell of blood in the ancestral land of the Pang clan made all the cultivators' hearts palpitate. The war had just ended. Now, in the Zhongzhou state, except for the Kangling clan that never appeared in the world, Song Ke's chaotic Golden Rock clan had become the overlord of the Zhongzhou state. As various forces scrambled to join them, the turmoil in the Zhongzhou state gradually calmed down. At this time, in the central continent, Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin, the commander of the Celestial Army of the South Continent, received the news that the Pang clan had been annihilated. His expression became incomparably solemn. After Zhang Kei's chaotic Golden Rock clan lost the Pang clan, it was very likely that they would attack them. One must know that the Celestial Army of the South Continent would not retreat so easily. However, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. In the end, the East Continent's army and the South Continent's army could only use force to determine the winner. At this time, Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin looked up at the altar in the sky. The altar began to emit a faint energy fluctuation, as if someone was climbing out of it. Why is it taking so long? The Saber Emperor retracted his gaze and pondered. The South Continent's army occupied Nantian City, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Once the city protection formation was activated, ordinary quasi-supremes would not be able to break it and enter the city. Moreover, the true commander of the Celestial Army of the South Continent, Nan Batian, was still alive. Soon, countless cultivators in the 5 major regions of the ancestral god realm were talking about the annihilation of the Pang clan. Some time ago, the Heavenly Fire clan was annihilated by the Pang clan. It was really a reversal of fortune. No one would have thought that even the Pang clan would be annihilated so soon. In Zhongtian City, Gu Fei's doppelganger was leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. The demon god and the sword slave had also returned to Zhongtian City. The entire Zhongtian City was very quiet. The ordinary people in the city were still hiding in their houses. Only a few people walked on the streets, and most of the people walking on the streets were cultivators. As the war ended, the cultivation world of the ancestral god realm was still in turmoil. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, Zhang Kei was gathering other experts. He was going to attack the forces of the South Continent in Nantian City in the southern part of the Central Continent. Chapter 36:11. The East Continent's God Clan army led by Zhang Kei finally defeated the Pang clan, one of the 3 superpowers of Central Continent, and became the overlord of Central Continent. Although Zhang Kei's chaotic Golden Rock clan wasn't the only superpower in Central Continent now, they weren't far behind. The Kangling clan had a transcendent status and wouldn't contend for hegemony. The original Central Continent was a tripartite balance of power. Now that the Skyfire clan and the Pang clan had been destroyed, only the Kangling clan was left of the original 3 superpowers. Zhang Kei naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke the Kangling clan. The Kangling clan's status in Central Continent was incomparably transcendent. Neither the Pang clan nor the Skyfire clan dared to provoke them. The Kangling clan was originally the most powerful of the 3 superpowers of Central Continent. At this time, Zhang Kei attacked the Pang clan's ancestral land and began to repair it. The Pang clan's ancestral land had changed owners, but it was still a treasured land because it was where the ancestral veins of the earth gathered. There were only 3 such places in the entire Central Continent. The best one was the Kangling clan's ancestral land, which was the source of the ancestral veins of Central Continent. The Pang clan's ancestral land was only a branch of the ancestral veins of the earth. Even so, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was extremely thick. Cultivating in such a place could naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort. This was a treasured cultivation land that cultivators dreamed of, but the current owner of this land was Zhang Quebec. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger returned to Zhongtian City and continued to live a semi-secluded and carefree life. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation by blindly cultivating. At this time, he wouldn't deliberately cultivate. Everything was fine. Dongtian City had completely calmed down. There were fewer cultivators in the city, but the mortals in the city still went to work at sunrise and returned at sunset. They weren't affected much. On this day, Shimanijian came to Dongtian City and went directly to the city lord's mansion to see his master, Gu Fei's doppelganger. Master! Shimanijian walked into the quiet and secluded courtyard behind the city lord's mansion and saw Gu Fei's clone leisurely sipping tea beside a stone table under a big tree. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger was bored as the sword slave and demon divine lord were not by his side. The sword slave and the demon god were still in Zhongzhou state. Although Zhongzhou state seemed to be calm on the surface, it was actually the most vulnerable time for something to go wrong. The Pang clan was defeated and exterminated. This was something that most people would never have imagined, because the Pang clan's foundation was just too deep. However, who knew that Song Kei's strength was also extremely powerful, and he even had the support of the fierce Gu Fei. Even the Pang clan would be unlucky. "What are you doing here?" Gu Fei was slightly surprised by Shimin Yijian's arrival. Wasn't this fellow following the sword slave and pestering the sword slave to learn the sword slave's 9 heaven punishing swords? The 9 heaven punishing swords was definitely one of the best cultivation techniques in the sword Dao. Back then, the sword slave entered the Dao through killing and created this sword Dao cultivation technique. It was unknown how many living beings had died under his sword. As a sword cultivator, Shimin Yijian naturally wanted to learn the 9 heaven punishing swords, but the sword slave had no time to care about this little fellow. At that moment, the undercurrents were surging in Zhongzhou State. It was unknown how many people were eyeing the big fat piece of meat that was Zhongzhou State, and many of them wanted to take a bite. However, not everyone was qualified to have any ideas about this fat piece of meat. There were less than 5 people in the entire ancestral god realm who dared to have any ideas about this fat piece of meat. "Master, please teach me the 9 heaven punishing swords." Shimin Yijian immediately knelt in front of Gu Fei's clone when he saw Gu Fei's clone. "You want to learn the 9 heaven punishing swords?" Gu Fei's clone was leisurely sipping his tea. He enjoyed this kind of life very much.
Yes.
Shimin Yijian said resolutely. Gu Fei's clone thought for a moment, then said, "All right, as you wish. I hope you won't regret it." After saying that, Gu Fei pointed a finger at Shimin Yijian's forehead. A ball of spiritual light appeared at the tip of his finger, and that ball of spiritual light directly rushed into Shimin Yijian's head. In the next moment, Shimin Yijian only felt dizzy, and then many things appeared in his head. This was the cultivation technique of the 9 heaven punishing swords. He quickly sat down cross-legged and directly comprehended the cultivation technique of the 9 heaven punishing swords that appeared in his head. Soon, Shimin Yijian entered into cultivation. His entire body seemed to have turned into a stone statue, not moving an inch. It had to be said that Shimin Yijian was very talented in the sword principle. Gu Fei's clone had good foresight. Shimin Yijian was a fellow worthy of being nurtured. Gu Fei's clone didn't pay any more attention to Shimin Yijian. He allowed him to cultivate and comprehend the extreme sword principle divine ability that used killing to enter the Tao. Shimin Yijian wanted to walk the path of a sword slave, but this was definitely a path full of killing. Who knew how many creatures would die under his sword? Of course, these things had nothing to do with Gu Fei. This was the path that Shimin Yijian wanted to walk, not the path that he wanted to walk. At this time, in the central continent, in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, Song Kei was discussing the next step with the experts of the various clans. It seemed that the next step was to take action against those fellows from the South Continent. Those fellows from the South Continent occupied Nantian City. This was something that Song Kei couldn't accept because Nantian City originally belonged to the Pang clan. Now that Song Kei's army of the East Continent had defeated the Pang clan, they naturally had to take over all the territories that originally belonged to the Pang clan. Daoist Song Kei, if we attack those fellows from the South Continent now, wouldn't it be a bit too fast? The clan lord of the Celestial God clan asked. In a hall in the ancestral land of the Pang clan, Song Kei sat on a throne in the middle of the hall. On both sides of the throne were the clan lords and patriarchs of the various clans. "We need time to recuperate," said the clan lord of the Black Snake clan. The Black Snake clan had suffered heavy losses in this war. The celestial clan army of the Black Snake clan was almost wiped out by the ancient battle formation of the Pang clan. Now, the celestial clan army of the Black Snake clan had less than 5,000 people left. The clan lord of the Black Snake clan really didn't want to fight anymore. If they did, the celestial clan army of the Black Snake clan that had come to the central continent would really be annihilated. Song Kei glanced at the 4 great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan who had been silent all this time. "We might as well uproot all the resistance forces in one go. That way, we can sleep in peace." The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan glanced at everyone in the hall and said, "That's right. With our strength, do you think we can't defeat those fellows from the South Continent?" The second ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan agreed. You guys really don't have a problem with words. People will die if we go against those people from the South Continent. If you guys aren't afraid of death, go ahead. We won't follow you to your deaths. The clan lord of the Black Snake clan said unhappily. Tisk, coward. The fourth ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan looked at the clan lord of the Black Snake clan in disdain and said, "You can be the leader of a clan with that kind of attitude?" The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan said in disdain, "What did you say?" The clan lord of the Black Snake clan got goosebumps when he heard the third ancestor's words. He stood up from his seat and stared at the third ancestor fiercely. "Umph." The third ancestor sneered. "You want to fight? Bring it on. Even if there are 10 of you, I will kill all of you." Roar. The clan lord of the Black Snake clan roared and was about to pounce towards the third ancestor. Enough. Song Ke slapped the handle of the throne. He was displeased. These fellows actually want to fight among themselves? That was ridiculous. Moreover, it was happening in front of him. The clan lord of the Black Snake clan, who was about to attack, immediately stopped. Who would dare to disobey Song Ke's order? Umph. The clan lord of the Black Snake clan glared at the third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan and sat down. If you have the courage, go and kill the enemies. Don't fight among yourselves here. Song Ke glanced at the experts in the hall with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Brother Song Ke, are you really going to attack the soldiers of the South Continent? Nie Jingyun suddenly said. That's right. Song Ke was very straightforward. How could he let those fellows from the South Continent occupy Nantian City? To reclaim Nantian City, he would have to start a war with the forces of the South Continent. Then let's do it, Demon Divine Venerable said. He represented Gu Fei's doppelganger. With him speaking, no one dared to say no. Then it's decided. The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan looked at the crowd and said. Song Ke thought for a while and said, then let's do it in the evening 3 days later. 3 days to prepare was enough. No one in the hall said anything else. Song Ke stood up, turned around, and walked into the back hall, leaving the clan lords and other experts in the hall looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Although the clan lord of the Black Snake clan did not want to fight anymore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. The clan lord of the Celestial God clan also did not want to fight anymore. If they did, they might become cannon fodder. How could an existence like him be cannon fodder? At this time, no one knew that Song Ke would attack the Protoss soldiers of the South Continent so soon. However, the news soon spread, which made Song Ke furious. Someone actually dared to spread the news, which made him feel like he was going crazy. The higher-ups of the Protoss soldiers of the South Continent also received the news. The atmosphere in Nantian City immediately became tense. One should know that Song Ke had just defeated the Pang clan. If the Protoss soldiers of the East Continent came, they might be able to stop them. One should know that the Protoss soldiers of the South Continent were not weaker than the Protoss soldiers of the East Continent. The title of Blade Emperor Yi Jingshan was not just for show. Finally, I can fight Yi Jingshan. A figure sat cross-legged on a boulder on a mountain peak in the ancestral land of the Pang clan. This person was the East Continent Blade ancestor Nie Jingyun. Chapter 36:12. The Central Continent's cultivation world was in turmoil. Following the extermination of the Pang clan by the East Continent's Protoss army led by Song Ke, the entire Central Continent's cultivation world was completely shattered. The fact that a fellow from the East Continent defeated the local tyrant, the Pang clan, was unbelievable to the Central Continent's forces. After all, such a thing had never happened before. The East Continent's East Continent had never had such a person or clan that could kill their way out of the East Continent and defeat the Central Continent's super forces. The moment the East Continent's Protoss army led by Song Ke defeated the Pang clan, countless East Continent's cultivators felt exhilarated. However, although they defeated the Pang clan and became the overlord of the Central Continent, they did not dare to relax because the entire Central Continent was still in turmoil. Not all the forces in the Central Continent were willing to side with Song Quebec. Some of the forces that were loyal to the Pang clan formed an alliance or went into hiding, hoping to deal a heavy blow to the East Continent's Protoss army led by Tsang Quebec. Tsang Ke immediately sent countless experts to wipe out the cultivation forces in the cultivation world of Zhengzhou State that were loyal to the Pang clan. Battles continued to break out in the Central Continent from time to time. Naturally, Tsang Ke would not mobilize the East Continent's Protoss army to wipe out the loyal forces of the Pang clan. Because the Central Continent's forces that sided with Tsang Ke occupied the majority of the Central Continent's cultivation world, these forces took action to help him wipe out the stubborn resistance. The Shiman clan's army was also on the move because they wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand their territory. The Shiman clan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rise and become a first-rate clan at the very least. Therefore, the Central Continent's cultivators could often see countless cultivators with huge swords flying high in the sky. Following that, a certain force in the cultivation world was uprooted. The Shiman clan's sword principle killing formation was terrifyingly powerful. Even the first-rate forces in the Central Continent could not withstand the sword principle killing formation formed by countless swordsmen. The other forces that sided with Tsang Ke also fought desperately for Tsang Ke, wiping out the loyal forces of the Pang clan. As long as the place was conquered by these forces, it would be ruled and controlled by them. Tsang Ke would not interfere. In this way, the loyal forces of the Pang clan were out of luck. Under the frenzied attacks of the major forces, these loyal forces were quickly annihilated. Of course, there were also some loyal forces of the Pang clan that had gone into hiding. The Central Continent was extremely vast. Once these guys went into hiding, it would not be easy to find them. No matter what, it was impossible for the Pang clan to turn the tables. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth Spirit tribe, the Celestial God tribe, and the Mysterious Snake tribe were all prepared. The Earth Spirit clan's Celestial Race's army was the strongest among the 3 races. When the Earth Spirit clan's army of 100,000 fought against the Pang clan, they lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. Almost all of the soldiers under the 3rd Ancestor's command were annihilated. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th Earth Spirit Ancestor didn't lose too many soldiers. A strong killing aura burst out from the battle formation, causing even the sky to lose its color. In the evening, the soldiers of the major clans of the East Continent gathered. For a moment, there were groups of soldiers flying in the sky everywhere in the Pang clan's ancestral land. This time, Tsang Ke wanted to end the battle quickly and drive those bastards from the South Continent out of the Central Continent in one go. If the other party refused to leave, there would be no other way. All of them would have to stay. The forces that had defected were also prepared. The Shiman clan's sword principal army was also assembled. They only needed to wait for Tsang Ke's order to immediately use the transportation formation platform and kill their way out of Nantian City. Tsang Ke had already ordered people to set up the coordinates outside Nantian City. In the Pang clan's ancestral land, countless battle formations floated in the sky. Battle beasts roared and flags fluttered. The killing aura filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth. At this time, a dozen powerful figures walked out from the depths of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The person in the lead was Tsang Ke, and the dozen people behind him were all overlord-level existences. For example, Nye Jingyun, the sword slave, the demon god, the 1st ancestor of the earth spirit, the 2nd ancestor of the earth spirit, and so on. These existences were either peerless experts or clan leaders. As soon as these people appeared, the noise immediately disappeared. The aura that erupted from this group of people deterred the violent battle beasts. Tsang Ke and the others arrived in front of the battle formations of the major clans. He did not say anything to boost morale, but directly activated a transportation formation platform. Buzz! The void vibrated, and countless formation patterns emerged in the sky above all the battle formations, forming a super transportation formation. In the next moment, a ball of divine light emerged from the super teleportation formation. The ball of divine light enveloped all the battle formations below. Swoosh! The moment all the battle formations were shrouded by the divine light, they all disappeared in the void. Tsang Ke and the others also soared into the sky and disappeared in the void. At this time, the area where Nantian City was located was abnormally calm. In Nantian City, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan personally guarded the city lord's mansion, and there was an altar floating above the city lord's mansion. On the altar, there was a stone coffin. At this time, the stone coffin emitted an extremely powerful wave of divine power. There seemed to be an extremely powerful existence trapped in the stone coffin. The stone coffin was constantly shaking, and the old general guarding the stone coffin was surprised and happy. Is the Lord coming out? The old general was extremely excited. After all, once the Lord he mentioned broke out of the coffin, they would not have to fear Tsongkai anymore. At this time, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan walked out of the city lord's mansion. With one step, he appeared on the altar. Greetings, Lord Saber Emperor. The old general quickly bowed to Yi Jingshan. Yi Jingshan did not speak. He only waved his hand and went to the stone coffin. At this time, the existence in the stone coffin seemed to know his arrival, and it gradually quietened down. However, just as the stone coffin stopped shaking, Yi Jingshan's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and looked into the distant sky outside Nantian City. Yi Jingshan would have been fine if he had not looked, but when he did, he was shocked. In the distant sky outside Nantian City, battle formations rushed out of the void. Although they were very far away, it was obvious who these battle formations were coming for even if one thought with their toes. They finally come. Yi Jingshan's expression became solemn when he saw the soldiers continuously coming out of the void. Dang! 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 A bell suddenly rang in Nantian City and spread throughout the entire city. Soon, the soldiers in Nantian City began to move. The soldiers in Nantian City were all from the God Clan army from the South Continent. Soon, 100,000 God Clan soldiers from the South Continent appeared in the sky above Nantian City. At this time, the protective formation of Nantian City was activated. A ball of divine light rushed out of the city lord's mansion and enveloped the entire Nantian City. Tsongkai is taking action so soon? The experts from the South Continent were shocked by Tsongkai's formation. There were hundreds of thousands of God Clan soldiers. The murderous aura they gathered could crush the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan's figure disappeared from the altar. The next moment, he appeared in front of the God Clan army from the South Continent. Tsongkai, what do you mean by this? Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan stared at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the sky and said in a deep voice. Although his voice was not loud, Tsongkai heard it. Get lost or die, Tsongkai said directly. He did not want to talk nonsense with these guys from the South Continent. What did you say? You want to be the overlord of the Central Continent? Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan said disdainfully. Kill. Hearing Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan's words, Tsongkai roared and attacked. Then, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind him also moved. Rumble. The whole world shook. The next moment, countless rays of divine light flew out from the battle formation of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and fell on Nantian City like raindrops. The divine light formed by the power of the protective formation of Nantian City shook violently. The God Clan soldiers in Nantian City could not help but change their expressions when they saw this. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise. The entire protective formation of Nantian City shook violently. The divine light covering the entire Nantian City dimmed. Strengthen the power of the protective formation. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan ordered loudly. Buzz. In the next moment, the divine light barrier, which had dimmed down, immediately lit up again. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder rang out. The battle formations of the powerful clans were operating crazily. Terrifying power was constantly gathering, and endless divine light illuminated the whole world. Saber Emperor, do you dare to come out and fight? A voice was heard outside Nantian City. It passed through the protective formation and into Nantian City. Every soldier from the South Continent heard it. Saber Master Nye Jingyun? Inside Nantian City, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan, who was standing in front of the God Clan army from the South Continent, frowned when he heard the voice. Nye Jingyun had come and challenged him. One battle to determine the winner? If that's the case, then I'll have a battle with you. Yi Jingshan said calmly. All right, one battle to determine the winner. If we lose, we will retreat. If you lose, get out of my sight. At this moment, Song Kei's voice was suddenly heard. Then, the aggressive God Clan army of hundreds of thousands stopped and retreated into the sky. Seeing this, the experts from the South Continent in Nantian City were shocked. Song Kei commanded his soldiers as if they were his own arms. This was too awesome. Haha, good. Straightforward. Yi Jingshan laughed and was about to open the protective formation and walk out. However, at this moment, the altar above the city lord's mansion suddenly exploded with a terrifying wave of divine power. What? Yi Jingshan was surprised and happy. Boss was finally coming out of seclusion. Chapter 36:13. Song Kei finally took action against the South Continent Divine Clan in Nantian City. He wanted to kill the South Continent Divine Clan army in a flash and recapture Nantian City. However, the South Continent Divine Clan army was not to be trifled with. They activated Nantian City's protective formation, and the entire Nantian City was immediately shrouded in a layer of divine light. As a result, it was impossible for Song Kei to end the battle quickly. Just as the East Continent Divine Clan army attacked Nantian City, Nie Jingyun challenged South Continent Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan to determine the outcome of the battle. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan was naturally not afraid of Nie Jingyun and immediately agreed. Just as he was about to open Nantian City's protective formation and walk out, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the Nantian City governor's mansion. What? A group of experts outside Nantian City could not help but be shocked when they sensed the aura. Even Song Kei felt a sense of danger. Has boss finally recovered? Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan could not help but be surprised and happy when he sensed the aura spreading from the altar high in the sky. Boss could compete with Song Kei and the others after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Rumble. The sarcophagus on the altar was vibrating as incomparably ancient divine runes emerged from the sarcophagus. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions frantically gathered toward the sarcophagus. However, the creature in the sarcophagus still broke out of the coffin. Saber Emperor, do you dare to come out and fight? Nie Jingyun's voice spread throughout Nantian City. Damn it! Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan in Nantian City was shocked and angry. It seemed to be very disadvantageous for him to fight Nie Jingyun now. Boss was about to break out of the coffin anyway, so he could just wait. Haha, the dignified Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan is actually a coward? Nie Jingyun's voice sounded again. Every cultivator in Nantian City heard his voice and was extremely shocked. Someone was actually challenging Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan? What did you say? Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan could not help but be furious when he heard Nie Jingyun's words. No one had ever dared to call him a coward. Nie Jingyun deserved to die. Haha. Nie Jingyun laughed and said, isn't that so? Do you dare to come out and fight? If you don't dare to come out and fight, then what are you if not a coward? Nie Jingyun, you're dead meat. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan fiercely stared at the hateful guy outside. His eyes were almost spitting fire. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Then, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan was really going to open the Nantian City's protective array. Lord Saber Emperor, what are you doing? At this moment, the old general rushed down from the altar, wanting to stop Yi Jingshan. I'm going out to kill that guy. Yi Jingshan was furious. Lord Saber Emperor, please don't. Don't fall for the other party's provocation. The old general hurriedly said, Humph, do you think I'm that easy to trick? After saying that, Yi Jingshan waved his hand and forced the old general to retreat. Then, he opened Nantian City's protective array and walked out. The old general hurriedly closed Nantian City's protective formation. Song Kei and the others did not take the opportunity to attack. They were all people with principles. With their level of cultivation, they naturally had their own pride. Nie Jingyun, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan came in front of Nie Jingyun and stared at the guy who was known as the Saber Ancestor from the East Continent. A shocking battle intent erupted from his body. The South Saber Emperor and the East Saber Ancestor were recognized by the entire cultivation world of the ancestral god realm as the two supreme experts of the Saber Principle. However, they had never met before, let alone fought against each other. Everyone was guessing who was stronger between the two supreme experts of the saber principle. At this moment, the two supreme beings of the Blade Tao had finally met. This was definitely a clash between the two. Even though the two supreme beings of the Blade Tao had yet to make a move, the void between the two of them had already ruptured into a series of pitch-black spatial cracks that were constantly appearing. This was already a scene like this before they even made a move. Once they really started fighting, wouldn't it destroy the world? The surrounding experts were extremely shocked and hurriedly retreated. They did not want to be affected by the battle between the two supreme experts. One had to know that being affected by the battle between experts of this level would definitely result in the destruction of both body and soul. No one wanted to die so unjustly. Rumble. The space around Yi Jingxin and Ye Jingyun became unstable. Powerful waves of power emanated from their bodies, causing the space around them to tremble. Shocking saber aura erupted from their bodies. The invisible saber aura streaked across the void, leaving behind dark spatial cracks. At this moment, the aura of the two supreme experts of the saber principle was rising rapidly. It was so oppressive that everyone could hardly breathe. This aura was so powerful that even the world seemed to lose its color. Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin did not dare to be negligent. Although he seemed to be angered by Nie Jingyun's words, he was extremely calm. Even his breathing was rhythmic. On the other hand, Nie Jingyun also regarded Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin as his strongest opponent. The huge saber on his back was constantly vibrating and humming. It could be unsheathed at any time. Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin's saber did not appear. However, everyone knew that once the saber of the Saber Emperor was unsheathed, it would definitely see blood before it was sheathed. The Saber Emperor was famous for killing with a single slash. Because of this, Nie Jingyun did not dare to make a move. If the other party made a move, he would probably be killed in an instant. Although Saber Emperor Yi Jingxin was the ancestor of killing with a single slash, he also did not dare to use his single slash. If he failed to kill his opponent with a single slash, he would probably be killed instead. The two experts of the saber principle were confronting each other. However, neither of them had any flaws and neither dared to make a move. An hour had passed, and the two of them were still staring at each other. Nie Jingyun's breathing and blinking were very rhythmic. He had adjusted the aura of his entire body to its best state. There was not even a drop of sweat on his forehead. Yi Jingxin was the same. Everything about his body was very rhythmic. It was as if he had integrated with the entire void. There was no flaw in his body at all. As a result, countless experts who were watching the battle from afar were in a daze with the two of them. How long are these two guys going to stand there? Some people muttered. Time passed. Another hour had passed, but Yi Jingxin and Nie Jingtian still showed no signs of making a move. What's going on? Are the two great experts of the saber principle competing to see who can stand longer? Some people were starting to get a little impatient. However, only true experts could see the level of danger between the two experts of the saber principle. At this time, whoever showed a flaw first would be killed by the other party in the next moment. At this time, Nie Jingyun had also been killed with a single slash. Therefore, the two of them had no flaws at all. It was as if their entire bodies had turned into flawless heavenly swords. These two guys are freaks. Song Ke simply took out a table and some chairs from his inner world. He then took out some wine and dishes and began to eat and drink leisurely. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Song Ke really knew how to enjoy life. In fact, Song Ke had been influenced by Gu Fei. He also wanted to live a free and unfettered life. Perhaps he would even enter the world to train. This way, he might be able to restore his cultivation to its peak. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Yi Jingxin and Nie Jingyun were still motionless, which made everyone speechless. More than half a day had passed, and the two guys were still standing there foolishly. At this time, the mighty waves of divine power coming from Nantian City were getting stronger. At this time, everyone knew that an extremely powerful existence was about to be born in Nantian City. Rumble. The entire Nantian City was shaking. Great Ancestor, something is wrong. Is Yi Jingxin stalling for time? The Golden Rock Goddess came to Song Ke's side and said, Stalling for time? Song Ke frowned. The existence in Nantian City should be Nanbatian. Nanbatian had not fallen, but had been hiding in the stone coffin. If Nanbatian were to be born again, his cultivation and combat strength would definitely be stronger than before. A power that was invincible below the extreme grade was gathering. At this time, the experts of the East Continent outside Nantian City were a little uneasy. This level of power was too terrifying. Once Nanbatian was born, it would not be so easy for them to attack Nantian City. Now, as long as they could take down Blade Emperor Yi Jingshan, they could attack Nantian City with irresistible force. Song Ke and the others were ready. It was not difficult for them to break through Nantian City's protective formation. Fellow Taoist, are we still waiting? The demon god also came to Song Ke's side. It'll be bad if we wait any longer. The sword slave's figure appeared nearby. They could already see that something was wrong. Once the existence in Nantian City came out, the East Continent's Protoss army would suffer heavy casualties even if they could attack Nantian City. That was something no one wanted to see. It would be a tragedy if they fought with the South Continent's Protoss army and both sides suffered heavy losses. We'll wait for another hour. If they still don't make a move, we'll attack Nantian City. Song Ke glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice. He did not want to wait any longer. Seeing that Song Ke had said so, the demon god and the others did not say anything else. 1 hour it was. Yi Jingshan and Ye Jingyun could probably stand there for a few days and nights. Soon, 1 hour had passed, and the two did not show any signs of making a move. Song Ke directly waved his hand, and the Earth Spirit Clan's army immediately charged toward Nantian City under the leadership of the Earth Spirit Ancestor. A shocking murderous aura spread from the battle formation, causing the world to lose its color. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire protective formation shook. The Earth Spirit Clan's Protoss army's combat strength was shocking, and the protective formation of Nantian City was almost broken. Chapter 36:14. The war in the central continent of the ancestral god realm had only stopped for a few days. Now, it was reignited, and Song Ke made his move. This time, his target was the Protoss army of the South Continent. Under the leadership of Nanbatian, the God Clan army of South Continent took advantage of the chaos in Zhongzhou State and directly invaded the southern region of Zhongzhou State. They occupied the most important ancient city in the southern region of Zhongzhou State, Nantian City. At this time, the forces that were still watching from the sidelines were inexplicably shocked. Song Ke really started a war at the slightest disagreement. There was no other way. Song Ke was so powerful that he had hundreds of thousands of Protoss army of the East Continent. He was invincible and even destroyed the Pang clan. Ever since the Great War of Gods and Demons, this kind of cultivation clan that had been passed down for countless years was rarely destroyed. There was no doubt that the Pang clan was powerful. It was not that the Pang clan was not strong enough, but that Song Ke was stronger. Hence, the Pang clan was out of luck. At this time, Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan and Saber Master Ye Jingyun were still confronting each other. However, Song Ke and the others were impatient, so they directly attacked Nantian City. They were not that stupid. If the guy in Nantian City came out, they would be in great trouble. Swoosh! The sword slave also attacked. An immortal sword light rushed out from his hand and instantly soared tens of thousands of meters, landing directly on the Nantian City's protective divine light. In the next moment, a hole immediately appeared on the Nantian City's protective divine light. In a flash, the sword slave appeared directly in the sky above Nantian City. A cold sword aura erupted from his body, and the temperature of the entire void dropped rapidly. The first person to attack Nantian City was the sword slave. The sword slave had an extreme great path sword in his hand, which could easily break the layer of divine light formed by the power of the protective formation. What? Seeing the sword slave suddenly appear in the sky above Nantian City, the experts of the South Continent were dumbfounded. How was this possible? Was this guy an extreme great path supreme being? Although the sword slave was not a true extreme great path supreme being, in the distant past, he was a true extreme great path supreme being. Kill. Without any hesitation, The 100,000 Protoss army of the South Continent directly attacked the Sword Slave. The battle formation was frantically operating, and power that was infinitely close to the extreme Great Path erupted. In the next moment, countless rays of divine light flew out from the formation and rained down on the Sword Slaves. Humph! The Sword Slave sneered and casually waved his right hand. The immortal swordlight rushed out from his hand once again. With a flash of the swordlight, the countless divine lights that were stabbing at him were directly destroyed in the void. 9 heaven-punishing swords, 1 sword to split the sky. The Sword Slave let out a furious roar, and another sword light shot out from his hand. Like a heavenly river falling from the sky, it fell toward the battle formation formed by the South Continent soldiers. At this time, 100,000 South Continent soldiers raised the shields in their hands at the same time. Countless runes rushed out from the shields, interweaving into a huge divine diagram. An extremely powerful power of the divine Tao erupted from the divine diagram. However, at the instant that the sword servant's sword light descended onto the divine diagram, it actually easily slashed the divine diagram into 2. In the next moment, even the shields in the hands of the South Continent's soldiers shattered. The entire South Continent's battle formation was also split in half by the Sword Slave's swordlight. Blood splashed in the battle formation, and thousands of South Continent's Protoss soldiers were directly killed by the swordlight, turning into a mist of blood. In the void, the smell of blood permeated the air. The Protoss generals of the South Continent were directly stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe it. Who is this guy? Is he really an extreme Great Path Supreme being? This is absolutely impossible. Even if this person is an extreme Great Path Supreme being, he absolutely wouldn't dare to display the power of the extreme Great Path unless he has a death wish. However, if it wasn't the power of the extreme Great Path, how could it directly break their battle formation? The old general was also dumbfounded. He never thought that this guy would be so strong. With a wave of his hand, he broke their battle formation. This kind of combat strength is really abnormal. Rumble. At this time, the destructive sword light that the Sword Slave slashed out actually fell on Nantion City below. The entire Nantion City shook and was shaken. However, the ancient divine city could not be destroyed. The Sword Slave's destructive sword light was directly blocked by the ancient divine city and finally dissipated in the void. All the South Continent's soldiers were frightened by this scene. Who the hell are you? The old general directly rode up on his battle beast and glared angrily at the Sword Slave opposite him. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, and his whole body was full of battle intent. At this time, the South Continent's soldiers all stopped, and the leading generals looked at the terrifying figure in front of them in horror. However, the Sword Slave did not take this old general seriously. This guy's cultivation level was too low, and he was not qualified to be the Sword Slave's opponent at all. Of course, if this little guy dared to attack the Sword Slave, he wouldn't mind casually sending this guy on his way. The Sword Slave ignored the old general and only stared at the ancient altar in the sky above the Nantion City Lord's mansion. His gaze fell on the stone coffin on the altar. The waves of divine power that emanated from the stone coffin were still constantly increasing, and it was extremely terrifying. Ancient divine runes appeared and intertwined on the surface of the sarcophagus, emitting an immortal divine light. The entire sarcophagus was enveloped in an immortal divine light. Rumble. The entire stone coffin shook continuously, and cracks appeared on its surface as if it could collapse at any time. The existence inside the stone coffin was about to break out. The old general was shocked and angry. The Sword Slave had directly ignored him, but he definitely had the right to ignore him. Kill. The old general knew that he was no match for the Sword Slave, but he still attacked. He urged the battle beast under him to directly charge at the Sword Slave, and at the same time, the battle spear in his hand stabbed at the Sword Slave. The Sword Slave directly waved his hand, and the old general was directly sent flying with his battle beast. The battle beast under him directly exploded in the void, and blood splattered all over the old general. The old general was in an extremely sorry state, and the battle armor on his body was covered with sword marks. The sword slave did not use the sky-punishing sword ray. He only casually waved an invisible sword aura, and it actually defeated the old general. The scene made the South Continent generals and soldiers feel a chill in their hearts. How were they supposed to fight? When did such a powerful guy appear in the East Continent? Why didn't any news come from the East Continent beforehand? Cough, cough. The old general from the South Continent coughed up blood. He felt a wave of sadness. The battle beast that had followed him for most of his life was destroyed just like that. All the South Continent generals looked at the old general. One must know that the old general was the most powerful existence in the South Continent Ultimate God Army, apart from South Continent Blade Emperor Yi Jingshan and Nanbatian. However, the old general was not even qualified to let the sword slave use his sword. Boom! Right at that moment, a loud noise was heard. The entire Nantian city's protective formation was directly broken from the outside. Song Ke took the lead and directly killed his way into Nantian City. The Earth Spirit Clan's army, the Heavenly God Clan's army, and the Black Snake Clan's army directly surrounded the 100,000 South Continent Protoss army. The Shiman Clan's army also followed and killed their way into Nantian City. Shocking sword aura shrouded the entire Nantian City. Even the mortals in Nantian City felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly. At that moment, the mortals in Nantian City were hiding in their houses and did not dare to come out. All of them were extremely terrified as they were all praying that the battle between gods would end soon. The ancient divine city had been the scene of countless battles between gods since ancient times. One must know that the ancient divine city was the target of contention from all sides. That was because the ancient divine city was a manifestation of strength and status. Whoever could become the owner of the ancient divine city would be the boss and overlord of the entire region. Naturally, Song Ke would not allow these fellows from the South Continent to occupy Nantian City. Facing the tidal wave of East Continent's Protoss soldiers, the South Continent's Protoss soldiers were so scared that their legs were trembling. They were extremely terrified. It was impossible for them to win this battle. They were bound to lose. The Protoss soldiers of the South Continent were almost in despair. Even the South Continent's generals were in despair. No wonder the Pang clan was defeated and exterminated. Only now did they know that the Pang clan's defeat was not unjust. Kill, leave no one alive. Song Ke directly ordered. He had already given them a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. Therefore, they could not blame him for being ruthless at this time. Song Ke was a decisive person. He would not drag his feet. Kill. Hundreds of thousands of East Continent soldiers roared at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering, and their killing intent shook the 9 heavens. Then, the battle formation of the East Continent soldiers moved and operated crazily. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. Kill, let's go all out. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. The old general of the South Continent roared in anger. He was still coughing out blood. His hands that were holding the spear were stained with blood. He raised the spear in his hand, and the power of the spear was completely unleashed by him. A terrifying aura erupted from the spear in his hand. Not bad. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Kill. 100,000 Protoss warriors of the South Continent roared and went berserk. Then, they charged towards the warriors of the various races of the East Continent. The South Continent's Protoss soldiers were forced into a corner. Naturally, they would do anything in desperation. Haha, you overestimate yourself. The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit Clan laughed. One should know that the hundreds of thousands of Protoss soldiers of the East Continent could absolutely crush the South Continent's Protoss soldiers. However, just as the Protoss soldiers of the South Continent were about to clash with the East Continent's Protoss soldiers, a loud bang suddenly came from the altar. Song Ke and the others quickly looked over and saw that the stone coffin on the altar had exploded, and a figure appeared on the altar. Boundless divine radiance quickly converged, and soon, all the divine radiance disappeared on the figure. This person was Nanbatian, who was suspected to have died in the battle. Chapter 36:15. Nanbatian was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the South Continent. Otherwise, he would not have led the South Continent's Divine Clan Army into the Central Continent. Not everyone had the courage to lead the Divine Clan Army into the Central Continent to fight against the super forces of the Central Continent. However, when Nan Batian fought against the Nantion City Lord, he forced the Nantion City Lord, Pang Outyin, to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a peak quasi-supreme master was absolutely terrifying. Pang Outyin seemed to have achieved his goal. After he self-destructed, Nan Batian also disappeared. Everyone thought that Nan Batian had died. However, only 1 or 2 people in the South Continent's Divine Clan Army knew that Nan Batian would not die so easily. It was impossible for Pang Outyin to bring Nan Batian along with him. At this time, on the altar above the Nantion City Lord's mansion, a figure burst out a domineering and terrifying aura, making everyone's heart palpitate. Song Ke, the figure on the altar, stared at Song Quebec. 2 extremely sharp eyes shot out from his eyes and turned into 2 immortal sword lights that shot towards Song Quebec. Humph! Song Ke sneered. His aura also burst out. He used to be a supreme god ancestor. What had he not experienced, and what had he not seen? Nan Batian was powerful, but no matter how powerful he could not be as powerful as Gu Fei. Damn it, who's talking behind my back again? In the East Continent, in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, Gu Fei suddenly sneezed. At this time, a strange scene appeared in the sky above Nantion City. A figure blocked hundreds of thousands of Divine Clan Army. It was absolutely shocking and strange to see a figure blocking hundreds of thousands of Divine Clan Army all by himself. Haha, Lord Batian has come out of seclusion. You're all going to die. The old general from the South Continent laughed crazily. Is your lackey this kind of quality? Song Ke did not look at the old soldier. Instead, he stared at Nan Batian on the altar. You don't have to care about the quality of my men, Nan Batian said domineeringly. Song Ke, do you dare to fight me? The old general said with a murderous look. Song Ke didn't say anything, but an old man walked out from behind him. It was Peng Jingtian. You don't have the qualifications to fight with my ancestor. Let me send you on your way. As Peng Jingtian spoke, he slammed his palm towards the old general. A violent palm force erupted from his palm and instantly enveloped the old general. The old general did not dare to be careless. He threw a punch, and the image of an extremely ferocious beast appeared on his body. A powerful pressure erupted from the image, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and 2 powerful waves of divine power erupted. The vast waves of divine power shook the surrounding space, and in the midst of the collapsing divine light, divine patterns were continuously dissipating. The South Continent veteran general was sent flying backwards, but Peng Jingtian remained unmoved. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still want to fight against my clan's ancestor? You're simply overestimating yourself. Peng Jingtian said disdainfully. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the old general. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the old general's neck, lifting him up. The old general's cultivation was immediately sealed by Peng Jingtian's divine power. How dare you? The figure on the altar shouted, and a huge hand directly grabbed towards Peng Jingtian. The huge hand instantly covered the entire sky. A powerful wave of divine power erupted from the huge hand. What? Peng Jingtian felt a powerful force pressing down on him, as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't move his body. Bullsh *T. Song Ke roared, and a ray of sword light rushed out from his body, directly destroying the huge hand that was grabbing towards Peng Jingtian. Peng Jingtian felt his body lighten, and his entire body felt comfortable. Then, he grabbed the old general and returned to his camp. Let me go. I'm Lord Batian's man. If you kill me, Lord Batian will never let you go. The old general stared coldly at Peng Jingtian and said arrogantly, Haha, did a monkey invite you here to fool around? Do you think I'm afraid of Nan Batian? Peng Jingtian laughed. You. Hearing Peng Jingtian's words, the old general's expression changed immediately. Peng Jingtian didn't listen to the old general's nonsense anymore. He exerted some force in his hand, and the light in the old general's eyes disappeared, and he became a dead body. Killing a quasi-supreme being was as simple as that. You're courting death. Seeing that Peng Jingtian had killed the old general, Nanbat-Ian was completely terrified. He directly rushed down from the altar and attacked Peng Jingtian. An extremely domineering divine light rushed out of Nan Baishan's hand and pierced towards Peng Jingtian. Although they were both quasi-supreme beings, Nan Baishan's combat power was definitely enough to crush Peng Jingtian. This was absolutely undeniable. Your opponent is me. At this time, Song Kei's body flashed, and he appeared in front of Peng Jingtian. The sound of a sword rang out, and an immortal sword light rushed out from his body, instantly colliding with the destructive divine light that had pierced through. The mighty divine power rippled out, and Peng Jingtian, who was behind Song Kei, was shaken off. Peng Jingtian was extremely shocked. This Nanbat-Ian was indeed abnormal. They were both quasi-supreme beings, but the gap between them was too big. At this time, Song Kei and Nanbat-Ian started fighting. The two experts soared into the sky and directly killed their way out of southern Sky City. Kill. At this time, under Peng Jingtian's roar, the Divine Race Army of the East Continent immediately attacked the Divine Race Army of the South Continent. Kill. The Divine Race Army of the South Continent also broke out. The Divine Race soldiers of the South Continent fought with all their might, and they had no choice but to do so. After all, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of Divine Race soldiers from the East Continent. To break out of the encirclement, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Boom! Countless Divine Race soldiers collided with each other. In the next moment, endless divine light exploded, and battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Bloody light suddenly appeared, and figures fell from the sky. The sky was raining blood. That was the god's blood rain. When the god's blood fell on southern Sky City, it went deep into the ground and disappeared completely. Not a single drop of blood could be seen on the ground. However, the corpses that fell from the sky smashed into southern Sky City. The mortals in southern Sky City all hid. No one dared to come out at this time, unless they wanted to die. Of course, some rogue cultivators were not afraid, and quietly came out to collect their trash. The Divine Race soldiers still had some good stuff on them. After all, the Divine Race soldiers were at the immortal realm. In the sky above southern Sky City, countless soldiers from the two camps fought madly. Battle formations against battle formations, weapons clashed, and murderous intent soared into the sky. The whole world was dyed red by the god's blood. Rumble. At this time, the ancient altar that floated above the city lord's office of southern Sky City moved. Layers of killing formations rushed out from the ancient altar, releasing terrifying destructive power. Countless East Continent soldiers were enveloped by the power of the killing formations and fell from the sky. Their primordial spirits were devoured by the killing formations, and only their shells were left. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. No one expected Nanbat-Ian to have such a trick up his sleeve. However, at this moment, an immortal sword light directly descended from the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, the layers of killing formations were directly broken and countless formation runes dissipated in the void. Swoosh! The immortal sword light flashed, and the entire ancient altar was split in half. In this way, all the killing formations on the ancient altar collapsed at the same time. The destructive power formed by the collapse of the killing formations was too terrifying. The void was destroyed along with the formation patterns, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Some East Continent and South Continent soldiers who could not dodge in time were directly destroyed in body and soul. Even the things on their bodies were crushed by the destructive power, leaving nothing behind. Retreat. The commanders of the battle formations ordered. The three battle formations of the Earth Spirit Clan began to retreat. The battle formation of the Heavenly God Clan also retreated into the sky, and the battle formation of the Black Snake Clan was the fastest. The battle formation of the Black Snake Clan could no longer withstand too many casualties, and they were almost unable to form a battle formation. The battle formation of the Shiman Clan was not slow either. At this time, the ancient altar exploded, and the destructive power spread in all directions. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth, devouring everything around it. The consequences of being slow were very serious. The God Clan soldiers of the South Continent were also retreating, but they were greatly impacted by the destructive power. One by one, the soldiers were directly shattered in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. In just a moment, tens of thousands of South Continent soldiers were killed, and then they were devoured by the black hole in the sky. The generals of the South Continent were going crazy. No one thought that Nan Baishan's backup plan could be broken by someone. That expert of sword principle was too terrifying. With a sword in hand, that expert of sword principle seemed to be able to kill all enemies. This kind of existence was very terrifying, even more terrifying than the Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan. At this time, the South Continent's celestial race army directly rushed towards the distant sky. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the ancient sacrificial altar had been destroyed, they had unexpectedly escaped the encirclement of the East Continent's celestial race army. Trying to escape? The experts of the East Continent were displeased when they saw this. If they let these guys escape, how could they bear it? They led the battle formation and chased after the God Clan army of the South Continent. This was a great pursuit. Countless soldiers flew across the sky, and the murderous aura they exuded frightened countless living beings to the extreme. To the God Clan soldiers of the South Continent, this was an incomparably tragic escape. The God Clan army of the East Continent chased after them relentlessly. Chapter 36:16. The sword servant attacked domineeringly, and with a single strike of his sword, he destroyed the slaughter formation on the ancient sacrificial altar and slashed it into two. The ancient sacrificial altar exploded, and the destructive force that erupted directly caused a huge black hole to appear in the void. Countless warriors fell to the ground. Of course, most of the warriors that were affected by the destructive power unleashed by the ancient altar were the warriors of the South Continent. Rumble. The entire sky above Nantian City was shrouded by a huge black hole. The black hole devoured everything around it as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Everyone retreated far, far away from it. The South Continent soldiers formed a battle formation and fled. Even the old general had died. How could they be a match for the East Continent soldiers? The South Continent's Protoss general led nearly 100,000 South Continent soldiers in a frenzy to escape. 100,000 people formed a dark mass in the sky. It was like a black cloud drifting across the sky at high speed. 100,000 South Continent soldiers were all fleeing for their lives. It was an absolutely shocking scene. However, an even more shocking scene was yet to come. Countless South Continent soldiers rushed over from all directions, then gathered together and chased after the fleeing South Continent soldiers. The experts from the other forces of Central Continent were stunned by this scene. Hundreds of thousands of East Continent soldiers filled every inch of the void in the sky, covering the entire sky. There were figures everywhere. The extremely terrifying murderous intent changed the color of heaven and earth. Battle cries shook the sky and the earth. The flames of war rose again in Central Continent, alarming countless forces, especially those from Central Continent. No one knew how many experts had come to the vicinity of Nantian City. Even the remnants of the Skyfire clan had come. Experts of the Fire Doctrine could be seen in the distant sky. After all, the Skyfire clan was one of the three superpowers of Central Continent. It was absolutely impossible for the Pang clan to kill all the clansmen of the Skyfire clan. Even Song Ke couldn't kill all the clansmen of the Pang clan. No one knew how many clansmen of the Pang clan had gone into hiding. Attack! A loud shout came from the East Continent's battle formation. Then, countless South Continent soldiers smashed the spears in their hands at the same time. The spears shot up into the sky and turned into countless divine lights that fell on the South Continent's Protoss battle formation. Defend! An angry roar came from the battle formation of the South Continent soldiers. Swoosh! Countless soldiers from the South Continent raised the shields in their hands, and a layer of divine light enveloped the entire battle formation. In the next moment, countless battle spears landed on the defensive formation of the South Continent's battle formation. Dense sounds of collisions rang out, and the raining battle spears were all blocked. This time, the warriors from the South Continent were no longer flustered. This wave of attacks from the East Continent's warriors did not hurt any of them. Haha, the deity clan can't hold on any longer. A loud laugh came from one of the Earth Spirit clan's battle formations. The third ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was standing on a war chariot in the center of the battle formation, laughing loudly. Oomph! A cold laugh came from the Heavenly God clan's battle formation. The Heavenly God clan's battle formation was right next to the third Earth Spirit ancestor's battle formation. The one who launched the attack just now was the Heavenly God clan's battle formation. At this time, the spears that the deity clan soldiers had thrown out all flew back and landed in the hands of each soldier. If you guys are good, go ahead. An elder of the Heavenly God clan roared at the third Earth Spirit ancestor. Among the four great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan, the third Earth Spirit ancestor loved to show off and cause trouble the most. Among the four great ancestors, the third Earth Spirit ancestor was also the most unscrupulous, arrogant, and coquettish. Moreover, this fellow was the least susceptible to provocation. Haha, let's go. Do you think I can't handle these defeated soldiers? The third Earth Spirit ancestor said disdainfully, then roared an order. Swoosh! All the soldiers in the third progenitor's battle formation immediately threw out their battle spears, each spear piercing through the air and piercing through the air. 4,000? Incomparably powerful energy waves erupted from them. What? The clan leader of the Heavenly God clan couldn't help but be shocked. The offensive power of the Earth Spirit clan's battle formation was much stronger than his own. Countless rays of divine light shot up into the sky, piercing through the void. Everywhere the spears passed, countless pitch-black spatial cracks were left in the void. Defend. The South Continent soldiers were incomparably nervous when they saw the Earth Spirit clan's battle formation attacking them. They hurriedly gave the order to defend. The South Continent soldiers raised their divine shields at the same time. The divine shields joined together to form an incomparably huge formation. This was a combined defensive formation. The divine shields in the hands of countless soldiers were imprinted with defensive formations. When countless divine shields were put together, they formed a super defensive formation. At this moment, countless spears turned into divine light that fell from the sky. They directly broke through the layer of divine light above the South Continent's battle formation and pierced the divine shields. Concentrated sounds of collision resounded. Most of the spears were blocked, but some spears pierced through the divine shields in the hands of the South Continent soldiers and nailed them to death in the void. In the next moment, hundreds and thousands of South Continent soldiers fell from the sky. Haha, how is it? My battle formation is stronger than yours, right? At this moment, the third Earth Spirit ancestor's wanton laughter resounded from the Earth Spirit battle formation. Hearing this voice, the patriarch of the Heavenly Deity clan, who was in the middle of the battle formation, immediately turned gloomy. This guy was still so annoying. Many old ancestor-level existences in the East Continent didn't like the third Earth Spirit ancestor. In fact, if it wasn't for the first Earth Spirit ancestor protecting his third brother would have been killed countless times. The first Earth Spirit ancestor was one of the strongest old ancestors in the East Continent. Even the old ancestor of the Heavenly God clan didn't want to provoke the first Earth Spirit ancestor. The Earth Spirit clan was far more powerful than the other clans in the East Continent because they had four great ancestors. The first Earth Spirit ancestor was once an extreme grade supremacy. In this expedition to the Central Continent, all four great ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan were dispatched. Each ancestor was in charge of a battle formation. In other words, the Earth Spirit clan had sent four great battle formations. However, the third Earth Spirit ancestor's battle formation was almost completely defeated in the battle. Almost all the soldiers under him were killed. However, he was still able to command a battle formation. That was because the other three progenitors had given him some battle weapons so that he could form another battle formation. Haha, you have nothing to say, right? I told you that you can't do it, but you don't believe me. The third Earth Spirit ancestor said arrogantly. This fellow. The elders of the Heavenly God clan were furious. However, since their Lord didn't say anything, they couldn't do anything. After all, the third Earth Spirit ancestor was also an old ancestor-level existence. At this moment, A sharp piercing sound came from the sky. The entire void shook. Everyone looked at the divine light falling from the sky in fear. It turned out that the South Continent's battle formation was counterattacking. Countless spears turned into divine light and fell towards the Third Earth Spirit Ancestors' battle formation. Defend. The Third Earth Spirit Ancestors' voice sounded in the Earth Spirit battle formation. Then, the soldiers in the battle formation raised their divine shields at the same time. Every divine shield in the hands of the Earth Spirit Clan soldiers shone with divine light. The divine light enveloped the entire battle formation. The Third Earth Spirit Ancestor's voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't seem to care about the attack of the South Continent's soldiers at all. Third brother, be careful. The Second Earth Spirit Ancestor's voice sounded in the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor's mind. Don't worry, second brother. The Third Earth Spirit Ancestor said nonchalantly. At this moment, the spears of the South Continent soldiers had already landed on the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor's battle formation. Dense sounds of metal clashing could be heard. In the next moment, the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor's face stiffened. He saw that some of the spears had pierced through the divine shields in the hands of the Earth Spirit Clan soldiers and pinned them to the void. The South Continent's battle formation's counterattack had actually killed thousands of Earth Spirit Clan soldiers. This made the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor almost go crazy. Damn it! The Third Earth Spirit Ancestor's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Hee, the Earth Spirit Clan is just us. In the Heavenly God Clan's battle formation, the Heavenly God Clan's elders immediately mocked the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor. How dare you! The Third Earth Spirit Ancestor almost exploded in anger when he heard the words coming from the Heavenly God Clan's battle formation. However, he couldn't do anything as he felt suffocated in his chest. Kill them all. The Third Earth Spirit Ancestor roared crazily. The counterattack of the South Continent's battle formation had actually caused him to lose thousands of soldiers. This was a huge slap to his face. This made the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor feel humiliated. Soldiers were born to be tools of slaughter. They would only listen to their commander. Once the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor gave the order, they wouldn't even blink an eye even if they were to die. In the next moment, the Earth Spirit soldiers under the command of the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor started moving. The battle formation revolved crazily, and a huge figure appeared in the battle formation. The power of the battle formation gathered crazily and condensed into a terrifying shadow of a ferocious beast. The beast roared at the sky, and the entire void shook along with its roar. Roar! The ferocious beast roared furiously as it charged out of the Third Earth Spirit Ancestor's battle formation and pounced towards the South Continent's battle formation. However, in the next moment, a huge battle spear shadow shot out from the South Continent's battle formation and pierced the ferocious beast that was pouncing towards them. The battle spear pierced through the ferocious beast's shadow, and the next moment, the shadow of the ferocious beast dissipated in the void. What? Chapter 36:17. Being slapped in the face made the Third Ancestor very unhappy. He wanted to show off, but didn't expect the South Continent's people to be so strong. Hearing the Elder's mockery, the Third Ancestor was furious. He wanted to fight the South Continent's troops to the death. However, though the South Continent's troops were fleeing, their strength was still there. How could the Third Ancestor's troops suppress the South Continent's? You want to kill us all? Did a monkey invite you here to mess with us? Haha. A loud laugh came from the South Continent's troops. Hearing this, the Third Ancestor almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He then shouted at the South Continent God Race soldiers that were running for their lives. Don't run if you have the guts. Humph. Do you dare to ask them to stop, and then bring your lackeys to chase after us? The voice from the South Continent's Protoss battle formation rang out again. You. The Third Ancestor was enraged, but he didn't lose his mind. He only had 10,000 men while the other side had 100,000. There were also dozens of South Continent's experts. Though the old general from South Continent had fallen, the other South Continent's experts weren't weak either. What? You don't dare. So you're just a piece of trash. You don't have the ability, and yet you dare to show off. What a joke. Laughter came from the South Continent's troops. their tone full of disdain. Haha, who doesn't know that East Continent's third brother is trash? Another voice came from the South Continent's troops. This is infuriating. The third ancestor's eyes were red. How dare these people look down on him? Damn it, they all deserve to die. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, you don't need to chase. I can kill them alone. The third ancestor yelled at his three brothers. Third brother, what are you doing? The first ancestor roared. This guy was too easily agitated. If he wasn't his brother, he wouldn't even bother with this guy. At this time, the East Continent's troops were chasing the South Continent's troops. They were about to catch up, but the third ancestor came to cause trouble again. If the South Continent's celestial race's soldiers were to escape, the Earth Spirit clan would lose a lot of face. I'm not crazy. I can handle these guys. The third Earth Spirit ancestor still persisted. He wanted to lead 10,000 Earth Spirit warriors to chase after the South Continent's God Race army alone. In the eyes of others, he was really crazy. Third bro, do you know what you were saying? The second land spirit ancestor was furious. How could he not know what kind of person his third brother was? This guy was going to get into trouble again. This was not the East Continent. The consequences of being pregnant with his master were very serious. Second brother, don't you trust me? The third Earth Spirit ancestor was annoyed. With his abilities, he could definitely deal with these fellows from the Southern Continent. We trust you too much. That's why we always clean up after you, but not this time. The second Earth Spirit ancestor said resolutely. Hee, third brother of the Earth Spirit clan. Don't tell me you're scared? At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the South Continent's battle formation. Hey, D-San, is that all you've got? An elder of the Celestial God clan mocked. The third Earth Spirit ancestor glared at the elder in the Celestial God clan's battle formation. Shut up. At this moment, the Shaman clan's battle formation caught up from behind. The Shaman clan's battle formation was made up of sword cultivators. Tens of thousands of sword lights flew across the sky. It was an extremely spectacular sight. The speed of the sword lights wasn't slow. It actually surpassed the Black Snake clan's battle formation and caught up to the Earth Spirit clan's battle formation. Although the Shaman clan wasn't a superpower, their sword formation was still impressive. Sword chi swept across the sky. Every sword light was terrifying, as if it was going to split the void. The East Continent's God Race army and the South Continent's God Race army were already hundreds of thousands of miles away from Nantion City. You're the one who should shut up. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll seal you in the ancestral land. The first Earth Spirit ancestor roared angrily. The first Earth Spirit ancestor's battle formation was the strongest in the East Continent. The third Earth Spirit ancestor was most afraid of his big brother. But big brother, the third Earth Spirit ancestor wanted to say more. I told you to shut up, but you didn't. Did you ignore my words? The first Earth Spirit ancestor was really angry. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the third Earth Spirit ancestor's battle formation, pulling him out of the formation. Big brother, no. The third Earth Spirit ancestor was shocked. He hurriedly begged. He didn't want to be sealed in the ancestral land. Too late. The first Earth Spirit ancestor didn't hesitate. He directly sealed the third Earth Spirit ancestor and threw him into his inner world. He would seal this troublemaker in the ancestral land when he returned. Seeing this, even the clan leader of the Celestial God clan was extremely shocked. The first Earth Spirit ancestor was really awesome. He had sealed a powerful quasi-supreme being just like that. This time, the clan elders of the Celestial God clan all shut up. They didn't dare to say anything. After the third Earth Spirit ancestor was sealed by his big brother, the soldiers in his battle formation were all absorbed by the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor's battle formation. The battle strength of the fourth Earth Spirit ancestor's battle formation immediately soared, and the energy ripples it emitted became even stronger. Rumble. The void shook. The three great battle formations of the Earth Spirit clan, the Celestial God clan, the Black Snake clan, and the Shaman clan formed a total of 6 battle formations that chased after the South Continent's battle formation at lightning speed. The murderous aura emitted by hundreds of thousands of soldiers was simply too powerful. Wherever it passed, Countless living beings on the ground would be terrified to the extreme. Continue chasing if you have the guts. The experts in the South Continent's battle formation couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this scene. An expert of the South Continent roared at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers chasing after them. Do I need you to tell me that? The clan lord of the celestial deity clan raged. In the next moment, the battle formation of the celestial deity clan changed. Rays of divine light rushed out from the battle formation and pierced through the battle formation of the South Continent celestial race. Attack! A loud shout came from the South Continent's battle formation. Then, rays of divine light shot up into the sky from the South Continent's battle formation like raindrops and fell on the Celestial God Clan's battle formation. The divine light from the Celestial God Clan was directly broken by the divine light from the South Continent's battle formation. The divine light from the South Continent's battle formation continued to fall on the Celestial God Clan's battle formation. Defend! The clan leader of the Celestial God Clan roared angrily. He stared at the divine light falling from the sky with a solemn expression. Every ray of divine light was wrapped in a spear. In the next moment, all the divine light fell on the Celestial God Clan's battle formation and blocked most of the spears. However, many shields were pierced by the spears that flew out from the South Continent's battle formation, nailing the soldiers under the shields to death in the void. Thousands of Celestial God Clan soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. Damn it! The clan leader of the Celestial God Clan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. These Celestial God Clan soldiers were his treasures. It was not an easy task to cultivate a Celestial God Clan. Even a large clan like the Celestial God Clan could only cultivate about 100,000 Celestial God Clan soldiers. It was difficult to cultivate more Celestial God Clan soldiers. After all, a large clan's cultivation resources were limited. While the East Continent's Celestial God Clan's army was pursuing the South Continent's army, Songke and Nanbatian were fighting in the sky above the Central Continent. Two terrifying energy waves were constantly colliding. These two experts were once extreme-grade supreme beings, but due to some unknown reason, their cultivation had fallen from the extreme-grade supreme being realm. Even though they were no longer extreme-grade supreme beings, the battle strength they displayed was enough to suppress any quasi-supreme being great cultivator. Rumble! Song Ke stretched out his hand and grabbed a dozen stars, refining them into a dozen divine pearls. He then threw the pearls at Nanbatian. Nanbatian smashed his fist forward and violent divine energy ripples exploded from his fist. The dozen divine pearls that were hurling at him exploded immediately. Terrifying destructive energy instantly erupted and swept across the area. The void immediately collapsed and a pitch-black hole appeared. Nanbatian passed through the black hole and instantly appeared in front of Tsang Quebec. He threw a punch at Tsangke's face. It was simple and direct. However, it was this simple and direct attack that produced the most explosive power. Tsangke did not dodge and also threw a punch. The two fists instantly collided with each other and a muffled sound was heard. The two figures flew backward at the same time. Kill! Tsangke roared in anger and turned into a phantom. He charged at Nanbatian and countless phantoms surrounded Nanbatian. No one knew which one was the real one. Haha, do you want to try this move with me? Nanbatian laughed. Then, a huge figure emerged from Nanbatian's body. It was like a giant god that opened the sky. With a sweep of its hand, all of Tsangke's phantoms were caught in its hand. Nanbatian did not care that the figure was Tsangke's real body. The figure clenched its hand and all of Tsangke's phantoms were crushed. However, in the next moment, Nanbatian's expression changed drastically. Then, his body trembled and a hand pierced through his chest. What? Nanbatian looked at the hand on his chest in disbelief. Chapter 36:18. Above the starry sky of the Central Continent, the winner of the battle seemed to have been decided. Songke's right arm pierced through Nanbatian's divine body. Then, with a shake of his right hand, Nanbatian's divine body was shattered into a cloud of blood mist. There were many experts watching the battle in the starry sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. One should know that Nan Batian was one of the most powerful existences in the South Continent, but he was killed by Tsang Quebec. How is this possible? An old man with a sage-like demeanor muttered to himself. In the Central Continent, apart from the experts of the three super forces, there were also many hidden super experts. These super experts usually did not care about the outside world and focused on cultivation. But now, these hidden super experts had no choice but to come out because the battle between Tsang Ke and the Pang clan had affected the entire central continent of the ancestral god realm. The chaos of the ancestral god realm had arrived. Heroes from all over the ancestral god realm rose together to fight for hegemony. Who would become the true ruler of the ancestral god realm in the end? Nan Batian won't die so easily. Someone said something like that. When Nan Batian attacked Nantian City, he had fought with the city lord of Nantian City. The city lord of Nantian City self-destructed, but he could not kill Nan Batian. Although Tsang Ke's cultivation was higher than the city lord's, he could not kill Nan Batian so easily. However, to everyone's disbelief, the cloud of blood mist that Nan Batian's divine body had turned into dissipated in the void. Nan Batian's aura had completely disappeared. He really died? Someone could not believe it. Boom. At this moment, an extremely horrifying saber chi suddenly rose from the land of Zhongzhou State and directly into the starry sky. The stars were shaking as if they were about to fall from the starry sky. However, in the next moment, a wave of saber chi burst forth, spreading out in all directions. It turned out that the Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan and the Saber Master Nie Jingyun, who had been confronting each other outside Nantian City, had finally made their move. No one knew who was the first to reveal a flaw, but the battle suddenly broke out. The South Continent's Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan was famous even among the super experts of the Central Continent. In the entire South Continent, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could compete with Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan. Nan Batian was one of them. Now, the Saber Master of the East Continent, Nie Jingyun, had become one of Yi Jingshan's strongest opponents. 2 mighty saber chi surged, and the power of the saber Dao that erupted from the 2 experts tore the void between heaven and earth. Him? For 1,000? It was as if they had transformed into 2 heavenly swords, moving rapidly in the void. Wherever the saber light passed, it destroyed everything in its path. At this moment, all the battle formations had left Nantian City. Apart from the mortals, there were no other cultivators in Nantian City. The gigantic black hole in the sky above southern Heaven City rapidly shrank as the laws of heaven and earth of the ancestral god realm repaired the shattered void. The sword slave didn't chase after the southern continent's celestial race army, but he didn't attack Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan either. He just watched from the side. The Saber Emperor was known as the one saber kill. Usually, he only needed 1 saber to kill his opponent. However, it was not possible this time. Buzz. Saber Emperor Yi Jingshan's body emitted the sound of a saber. In the next moment, 10 extremely sharp saber lights rushed out of his body and slashed towards Nie Jingyun. Wherever the saber lights passed, 10 pitch-black spatial cracks were left in the void. Nie Jingyun roared angrily, and his long hair danced in the wind. An extremely powerful saber Dao power erupted from his body, and 10 saber lights rushed out of his body. This was definitely a tit for tat. In the next moment, 10 groups of saber lights appeared in the void between Yi Jingshan and Nie Jingyun. Those were the divine lights that erupted from the collision of the saber lights from the 2 saber Dao experts. The sharp and formless saber chi was like an invisible whirlwind, sweeping out in all directions. Countless black spatial cracks suddenly appeared in the void, as if countless strands of hair had suddenly appeared in the void. Without any warning, blood suddenly appeared on Yi Jingshan's shoulder. He had been hit by Nie Jingyun's saber chi, and a deep saber wound appeared on his left shoulder. However, almost at the same time, a saber wound also appeared on Nie Jingyun's back. However, the saber wound on Nie Jingyun's body was very shallow, and it did not hurt his muscles or bones. However, for Saber Dao experts like Yi Jingshan and Nie Jingyun, as long as they were hit by their saber chi, the extremely sharp saber chi would instantly invade the body and destroy the cultivator's vitality. Even if their saber chi cut through the skin, the cultivator would still die. Roar! Nie Jingyun roared angrily. In the next moment, An invisible saber chi rushed out of his body, and the saber chi that had invaded his body was forced out by him. At the same time, Yi Jingxian also forced out the saber chi that had invaded his body. The two saber Dao experts seemed to be evenly matched, and neither could really suppress the other. This was definitely an evenly matched battle, and it would be difficult to determine the winner. Human and saber unity. Kill. Nie Jingyun used his trump card. In the next moment, his entire body turned into a saber light and slashed towards Yi Jingxian. The extremely domineering saber light seemed to be able to split the entire world in half. It was so terrifying that it was as if it could split the entire world in half. Oomph! Are you the only one who can become one with the saber? Yi Jingxian sneered. His body swayed, and he also turned into a saber light that shot into the sky. In an instant, he collided with the saber light that Nie Jingyun had transformed into. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire void shook violently, and the void was annihilated. The two saber lights kept colliding in the void, giving off the most dazzling saber light. The two saber Dao experts were fighting with their lives on the line. The winner would live, and the loser would die. Moreover, this was a battle between two saber Dao experts in the ancestral divine realm for glory. Who would be the number one saber Dao expert in the ancestral divine realm? Many people were very curious. The battle between Yi Jingxian and Nie Jingyun had attracted countless gazes, and many people wanted to know the outcome of this battle. These two fellows aren't people with undeserved reputations. The sword slave watched the battle from afar. His face was still very calm, and there was no expression on his face. He rarely spoke, but his words were often very incisive. Both Yi Jingxian and Nie Jingyun had cultivated their saber Dao to almost the extreme realm, and these two saber Dao experts were extremely powerful. Just as the two saber Dao experts were fighting, an unbelievable scene happened in the starry sky of the central continent. A figure reappeared in the starry sky. Chapter 36:19. In the ancestral god world's central continent, everyone was dumbfounded. Nan Batian, who was killed by Song Ke, appeared in front of everyone again. How is this possible? Song Ke stared at the figure in front of him and said in disbelief, "Wasn't this guy killed by me? Nothing is impossible. I have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be able to cultivate the undying tyrant body." Nan Batian stared at Song Ke and sneered. His tone was full of disdain and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Undying tyrant body. Song Ke was shocked. He didn't expect Nan Batian to cultivate the undying tyrant body. It would be difficult to kill this guy now. You can't kill me. Haha. Nan Batian laughed and pounced at Song Quebec. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Song Ke and clawed at Song Ke's chest. He had completely given up on defense. Bang! Without any hesitation, Song Ke kicked Nan Batian and sent him flying tens of thousands of meters away. Swish! Song Ke took a step forward and instantly caught up to Nan Batian, who was flying backwards. Then, he stomped down on Nan Batian and a powerful force came down from his leg. The void beneath his feet was collapsing and being destroyed. In the next moment, Nan Batian fell from the sky like a meteorite. There was a footprint on his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, Nan Batian fell from the sky, directly smashing a mountain peak into pieces before smashing into the ground. Rubble flew through the air, dust filled the air, and the entire region shook. Roar! A furious roar came from the ground. Then, the entire ground collapsed, and an extremely terrifying power of the sword Dao erupted from the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground was shaking. An immortal saber light shot up from the ground and into the starry sky. It was aimed at Song Ke, who was in the depths of the starry sky. The terrifying saber light connected the ground and the starry sky. Everyone was shocked to see this shocking scene. Nan Batian was also an expert in the saber Dao. This was very surprising. Apart from Saber Emperor Yi Jingxian, there was another expert in the saber Dao in the South Continent. You hit it well. An immortal sword light rushed out of Song Ke's body. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The blade light and the sword light instantly collided. The blade light and the sword light collapsed, and the immortal divine sword and divine blade appeared in the void, emitting immortal light. A figure walked over from the middle continent. He grabbed the divine saber and slashed at Song Ke domineeringly. In the next moment, the saber light shot out for thousands of miles. Everywhere it passed, the stars would be destroyed one after another, leaving nothing behind. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. Song Ke directly displayed the golden rock sword technique. The immortal sword light turned into a golden rock and instantly collided with the saber light that was slashing down. This was a contest of power that was infinitely close to the extreme grade realm. Nan Batian was domineering to the extreme as he slashed out again and again. The entire void of the heaven and earth seemed as though it was about to shatter. The starry sky trembled as a terrifying saber chi spread out. The firmament seemed as though it was about to collapse. This was the hegemonic saber technique, a tyrannical saber technique created by Nan Batian. Once the hegemonic saber was unleashed, who could compete with it? Song Ke was forced to retreat by the saber light. His opponent's hegemonic saber was indeed domineering, causing him to be flustered. However, Song Ke used to be an extreme-grade supreme martial artist. He had extremely rich battle experience, and his control of power was even at the level of purity of furnace fire. This was the essential difference between a former supreme martial artist and a regular quasi-supreme martial artist. It was also the reason why Song Ke and the others could suppress a quasi-supreme martial artist. Song Ke, you are only a... Nan Batian shouted as he attacked. Swoosh! Another sword wound appeared on Nan Batian's body. However, in the next moment, the sword wound disappeared as though he was never injured. At this moment, Nan Batian rarely defended and was almost completely on the offensive. Because he had the invincible tyrant body, he did not need to worry that Song Ke's sword chi could hurt him. Seeing this scene, Song Ke was shocked. He did not have such ability, but he had the extreme-grade Dao body. However, even so, he would be injured if he was hit by Nan Batian's divine saber. Because the divine saber in Nan Batian's hand was actually an extreme-grade Dao artifact. I don't believe that your invincible tyrant body is really indestructible. Song Ke went all out and directly used a secret art. His sword light was imbued with a power that could destroy the primordial spirit. This secret art was similar to Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword secret art. This was the secret art of the chaotic Golden Rock race, Golden Rock God Slaying Art. The Golden Rock God Slaying Art did not slash the divine body, but the primordial spirit. The cultivator who was slashed by the Golden Rock God Slaying Art would not be injured at all, but the primordial spirit would be destroyed. This was a secret art that targeted the primordial spirit. Song Ke used the Golden Rock's extreme speed to dodge Nan Batian's saber light. At the same time, his sword light slashed at Nan Batian's body. This time, there was no sword mark on Nan Batian's body. It was as though the shadow of the sword light passed through his body and did not cause any external injuries. At this moment, Song Ke was inexplicably shocked. Nan Batian did not feel any discomfort at all. It was as though his Golden Rock God Slaying Art was useless against this guy. How is this possible? Song Ke could not help but be shocked. Haha, you want to break my undying tyrant body? Dream on. Nan Batian laughed and said. Then, he slashed at Song Ke again. Song Ke's expression was incomparably solemn. He dodged Nan Batian's slash. The Golden Rock's extreme speed could be said to be the fastest in the world. If Nan Batian wanted to hit Song Ke, it would be extraordinarily difficult. Song Ke began to move around. He would not fight Nan Batian head-on. One had to know that Nan Batian's tyrant blade was incomparably domineering. A head-on clash would be disadvantageous to him. Shadows flashed across the starry sky, and Song Ke's afterimages were everywhere. This kind of movement art was not inferior to Gu Fei's 8 Desolation Steps. Of course, this was only in terms of speed. The 8 Desolation Steps did not only have 8 steps of extreme speed. Innumerable sword lights surrounded Nan Batian. Innumerable sword lights slashed at his body, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Seeing this scene, the super old fogies of the Middle Continent who were watching from afar were also stunned. Could this be the legendary undying tyrant body? One of the super old fogies' voice was trembling. The undying tyrant body was definitely a terrifying constitution. Those who possessed it could be said to be invincible among their peers. At this time, Song Kei's forehead was dripping with sweat. Chapter 36:20. The undying tyrant physique was one of the strongest divine physiques in the ancestral god realm, but such a heaven-defying physique had not appeared for a long time. No one would have thought that Nanbatian had actually cultivated the legendary undying tyrant body. This was something that no one had ever thought of. In fact, Nanbatian was also taking a risk. No one knew that he had almost died in the battle with the city lord of Nantian City. If he had not prepared a backup plan, he might have really been dragged along with the city lord of Nantian City. He sealed himself in a sarcophagus that had once buried the undying tyrant physique. The sarcophagus was stained with the blood essence of the undying tyrant physique. This sarcophagus had devoured many experts of the divine race. Anyone who obtained this sarcophagus would not have a good ending. This sarcophagus could be said to be full of demonic nature. But this time, Nanbatian put himself in a desperate situation. He didn't expect to successfully fuse with the blood essence of the undying tyrant physique and successfully cultivate the undying tyrant physique. At this time, the terror and power of the undying tyrant physique was displayed in front of Tsong Quebec. Endless sword light rushed out of Tsong Kei's body and turned into a sword cocoon that completely engulfed Nanbatian. However, Tsong Kei was not happy. Countless sword lights pierced through Nanbatian's body, but he was not hurt at all. Even the golden rock god slayer art is useless. Tsong Kei couldn't help but be moved. Haha, Tsong Kei, you can't do it anymore. This is no longer your era. You can go on your way now. Nanbatian laughed wantonly. I've cultivated the undying tyrant physique. No one in this world can kill me. The ruler of the ancestral god realm is destined to be me. At this time, Nanbatian was extremely arrogant. At this moment, he really felt that he was invincible. You want to kill me? Tsong Kei was shocked and angry. He attacked with all his strength. A chaotic golden rock shadow rushed out of his body and instantly pounced forward. It pierced through the sword cocoon and pounced on Nanbatian. Boom! The chaotic golden rock shadow directly exploded. The destructive power was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, destroying everything. Even Nanbatian's undying tyrant physique was torn to pieces. I was wondering how powerful the undying tyrant body was. It turns out that it's just as... Tsong Kei looked at the exploding sword cocoon and Nanbatian, who had been burned to ashes by the golden flames of the way, with some disdain. However, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, it was because he was too careless that he was trapped in the mountain river diagram for countless years. Carelessness would bring misfortune. This was the lesson that Tsong Kei had learned. Ha ha ha. Just then, a tyrannical laughter rang through the sky. Then, a tyrannical figure appeared in the sky. This person was Nanbatian. What? When Tsong Kei saw this, he felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. What kind of enemy was terrifying? An enemy that couldn't be killed was the most terrifying. Kill. Nanbatian could not be bothered to waste his breath. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Tsong Quebec. A black hole appeared in his palm, and the nearby stars were actually swallowed into the black hole in his palm. Tsong Kei felt his body tighten, and in the next moment, he flew towards his opponent's hand involuntarily. Boom! In the next moment, Tsong Kei's body exploded with an unprecedented power wave. His body shook, and a chaotic golden rock that was bigger than a mountain appeared between the sky and the earth. Rumble! This chaotic golden rock flapped its wings and tore the sky apart. It broke through the sky and the devouring power, and then it pounced towards Nanbatian. This time, it was no longer an illusion of the chaotic golden rock, but its real body. Tsong Kei was forced to reveal his original form. A chaotic flame of the way erupted from the chaotic golden rock's body and instantly enveloped the entire starry sky. In the chaotic flame of the way, the void was constantly being destroyed. Many stars were also enveloped by the flame of the way and exploded, and then they were burned to ashes. What's happening? At this moment, countless people and living beings in the central continent looked up at the starry sky in the sky. In the starry sky, there was a monstrous flame. The entire starry sky looked like it was about to be engulfed by the exploding flame. It was terrifying. The experts of the central continent were also shocked to see this scene. Songke, that guy. On a mountain outside the central continent's eastern sky city, an old man who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder suddenly looked up at the sky. Two rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. This old man was the Eastern Pole Old Ancestor. He had also come to the central continent to continue his role as a peacemaker. However, he realized that no one was willing to listen to his long-winded words. He had come to Eastern Sky City to find Gu Fei's doppelganger. The great calamity is coming, but the ancestral god realm is still in chaos. Sigh. The Eastern Pole Old Ancestor let out a long sigh and shook his head. He had a helpless expression on his face. However, the Eastern Pole Old Ancestor did not give up. He could not find Gu Fei's real body, but he could find Gu Fei's doppelganger. To a certain extent, this was no different from finding Gu Fei's real body. At this moment, the scene of the starry sky burning in the starry sky could be seen everywhere in the central continent of the ancestral god realm. This scene was too shocking. Songke also went all out. This Nambatian was really too strong. The undying tyrant body seemed to be really undying. It was even more abnormal than a cockroach that could not be killed. There's no need to go all out, right? In a secluded courtyard in the Eastern Sky City's City Lord's residence, Gu Fei's doppelganger raised his head and saw this scene. However, he smiled and did not say anything. At this time, he threw his new disciple into his inner world to train. This Shimanijian was born to be a genius in the way of the sword. After Gu Fei's doppelganger taught him the 9 heaven-punishing swords, he actually mastered the first sword in just a few days. The 9 heaven-punishing swords was the extreme way of the sword created by the sword slave. There were a total of 9 swords. Back then, the Heaven Realm's East Sky Emperor Yuan Gu only learned a little bit of it and was almost invincible in the entire Heaven Realm. And the true power of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was naturally many times stronger than the flying immortal swordway that the Heaven Realm's East Sky Emperor Yuan Gu had comprehended the 9 heaven-punishing swords. However, each sword of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was harder to master than the previous one. Even Gu Fei had to cultivate for a long time before he could master the 9 heaven-punishing swords. At this time, the sword slave had nothing to do but watch the battle in the starry sky. He would not make a move. Even if Songke was really killed by Nambatian, he would not make a move. The world of cultivation had always been a world where the strong preyed on the weak. This world was too cruel. The strong survived and the weak died. This was a law that would not change for thousands of years. This was a law that applied to all perfect worlds. Rumble. At this time, in the starry sky, there were sounds of wind and thunder coming from the endless flames of the way. Then, the chaos flames of the way that had almost enveloped the entire star field retreated like the tide. The endless chaos flames of the way were continuously devoured by a domineering figure. The endless chaos flames of the way were frantically gathering towards this figure. In less than a dozen breaths, the chaos flames of the way in the starry sky were completely devoured by this figure. That figure punched out and actually sent the chaos golden rock that Songke had transformed into flying. Golden chaotic blood dripped from the sky. Haha, this feels great. Nambatian roared somewhat crazily. The feeling of being filled with power made him extremely excited. Then, he became even more arrogant. Songke, I will give you a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life. Nambatian's voice came down from the starry sky. A small half of the living beings in the central continent heard his extremely arrogant voice. What? Songke was defeated. All the experts in the central continent were indescribably shocked. One had to know that Songke had annihilated the Pang clan. Such a powerful existence had actually been defeated by Nambatian. Humph! The chaos golden rock that Songke had transformed into disappeared. He had transformed back into his human form, but the pair of golden wings on his back had not been kept. The golden wings were surrounded by the chaos metal elemental essence chi. Every strand of the chaos metal elemental essence chi seemed to be able to crush countless mountains. You want me to submit? It seems like you will be disappointed. I will not submit to anyone, Song Ke said disdainfully. It was impossible for him to submit. Then you can go and die. Nan Bat Ian kept his smile and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of Song Ke and threw a simple and direct punch at Song Quebec. It was such an ordinary punch. It looked like a casual punch, but it gave Song Ke a feeling that he didn't know how to dodge it. This was the embodiment of Tao. Simple, direct, and yet invincible. Nan Baishan's Tao was tyrannical and invincible. His punch looked like it was casually thrown out, but the power contained within it was unimaginable. Without any suspense, a cloud of blood mist appeared. Song Ke was actually smashed into a cloud of blood mist by Nan Baishan's punch. Seeing this scene, the spectators who were watching from afar were immediately stunned. To be more precise, they were dumbfounded. Only the sword slave was still as calm as before. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that could move him. Song Ke wasn't that easy to be beaten to death. That cloud of blood radiated with boundless divine light, and a powerful figure appeared within the divine light. Fellow Taoist, please lend me a hand. The divine light dissipated and Song Ke's figure appeared in the void. He transmitted his voice to the sword slave. He already knew that the sword slave was watching the show from the side, but the sword slave refused to help him. The sword slave and the demon god were helpers that he invited from Gu Fei's clone. Haha, what's the matter? You can't win and you're looking for help? Go ahead and find someone. Come at me together, and I will send you all on your way. Nan Batian looked at Song Ke in disdain and said arrogantly. He had already become so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was as if he was the most powerful person in the world. Chapter 36:21. In the starry sky of the central continent, the battle between Song Ke and Nan Batian was about to end. Nan Batian had the absolute upper hand. However, Song Ke was once an extreme-grade supreme being. Although Nan Batian had the upper hand, it wasn't an easy task to defeat Song Quebec. At this time, the East Continent's Protoss army was still pursuing the South Continent's Protoss army. Attack! Furious roars filled with murderous intent rang out from the celestial army of the East Continent. Countless celestial warriors brandished their spears at the same time. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The battle spears that flew out from the East Continent Protoss army instantly turned into countless divine lights that soared into the sky. Then, they fell on the South Continent Protoss army. Defend! An angry roar came from the South Continent's celestial race's battle formation. Countless celestial race's soldiers raised their divine shields at the same time. Dense sounds of metal clashing rang out as countless divine lights rained down. Most of them were blocked by the divine shields in the hands of the South Continent's warriors, but some of the weaker areas were directly pierced by the battle spears. Screams rang out, and many more South Continent soldiers were nailed to death by the spears in the void, and then directly fell from the sky. The soldiers of the South Continent had fled all the way here, leaving behind many corpses. The experts of the South Continent were both shocked and furious. If this continued, they would be killed by those fellows from the East Continent sooner or later. Rumble. The South Continent's battle formation continued to flee, but it was constantly changing. A powerful power of the divine Tao erupted from the South Continent's battle formation, and the void began to warp and distort as if the entire battle formation was about to escape into the void. Trying to escape? The first primogenitor of the Earth Spirit clan couldn't remain calm when he saw this. If he let these fellows escape from his hands, how embarrassing would that be? Boom. In the next moment, the first ancestor of the land spirit charged out of the battle formation and instantly appeared in the sky above the South Continent battle formation. In order to catch up with the South Continent's battle formation, the first Earth Spirit ancestor did not hesitate to use the secret technique of the Earth Spirit tribe. A powerful divine power rippled from the first Earth Spirit tribe's body. The entire void shook from the impact of this power. What? Within the South Continent's battle formation, the group of South Continent experts were stunned. The first ancestor of the land spirit had actually chased after them alone. Kill! An angry roar came from the South Continent's battle formation. Then, a ball of divine fire rushed out from the South Continent's battle formation and blasted towards the first ancestor of the Earth spirit in the sky. "TCH, I don't want to play with you guys anymore." The first ancestor of the Earth spirit laughed coldly and stomped down. Rumble. The space beneath the first Earth spirit ancestor's feet shook violently. With a boom, the first Earth spirit ancestor stomped on the ball of divine fire and blew it apart. In the next moment, the first ancestor's foot turned into the size of a mountain and stepped on the South Continent's battle formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the first ancestor of the land spirit stepped on the South Continent's battle formation. In the next moment, screams rang out. Countless South Continent soldiers were instantly turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. The Southern Continent's experts were stunned by this scene. No one expected the first ancestor to use such a simple and direct attack to break the Southern Continent's battle formation. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as the first ancestor of the land spirit stomped down again. Without any suspense, another large group of South Continent soldiers was crushed by his stomp. The first Earth spirit ancestor had once been an extreme Tao paragon. His cultivation wasn't any weaker than the sword slaves. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he did, it would definitely shake heaven and earth. Fight him to the death. The South Continent's experts knew that if they didn't, they would all be killed by the first Earth spirit ancestor. Fight! Fight! At most, we'll just die. The South Continent's experts all unleashed their power. Powerful divine power ripples exploded from the South Continent's battle formation. Over a dozen of them actually appeared at the same time. Boom! Amidst the deafening rumble, the entire void exploded, and the chaotic energy was sent flying out. All the South Continent's divine rank soldiers seemed to be enveloped in divine fire. They were all burning their divine source to raise their combat power. Countless glowing figures soared into the sky, pouncing at the first Earth spirit ancestor. At this moment, the first ancestor waved his hand, and the glowing figures that were pouncing over exploded in the void. Extinguish! The first Earth spirit ancestor unleashed a powerful move. A terrifying primal chaos wheel appeared in the sky and smashed downwards. Its destructive power was terrifying. The primal chaos wheel instantly enveloped the entire sky. Without any suspense, the figures directly collapsed into clouds of blood mist under the chaotic wheel, and even the South Continent's warlords died. The other East Continent's experts were all dumbfounded. If the first Earth spirit ancestor was so powerful, why didn't he attack just now? The leader of the Earth spirit clan hid his strength really deeply. The celestial god clan lord's expression was incomparably grave. The first Earth spirit ancestor's cultivation and combat power were comparable to the sword slaves. As a result, the South Continent soldiers were unlucky. The first Earth spirit ancestor's primal chaos wheel erupted with a heaven-devouring power, swallowing countless South Continent soldiers into the primal chaos wheel. Shrill screams rang out, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Nearly 100,000 South Continent soldiers were swallowed by the first Earth spirit ancestor's primal chaos wheel. No one could escape. Awesome! The Black Snake clan lord couldn't help but exclaim. He, of course. If our leader isn't awesome, who is? The second Earth spirit ancestor said proudly. Their big brother's cultivation and combat power were among the best in the entire East Continent. Other than Gu Fei, they had never truly submitted to anyone. The South Continent's God Race army was eliminated by the first Earth spirit ancestor just like that. The first Earth spirit ancestor had actually kept a low profile. At this time, the sword slave in the starry sky suddenly looked down. His gaze seemed to ignore distance and space, as if he was looking at the first Earth spirit ancestor. The first Earth spirit ancestor seemed to have the courage to look up at the starry sky. Although they were separated by a long distance, the two experts could sense each other, and a strong battle intent surged from their bodies. However, they had no intention of making a move. The South Continent's God Race army is finished. Seeing this scene, those forces that were watching from the sidelines in the central continent all wanted to seek refuge with Quebec. These forces were all fence-sitters. They would seek refuge with whoever was stronger. The great pursuit on the ground finally ended. The South Continent's God Race army that attacked the central continent ended with the annihilation of the South Continent soldiers. Roar! Sensing all this, Nanbatian was finally enraged. He attacked Tsang Ke with all his might, constantly forcing Tsang Ke to retreat. Bang! A muffled sound of collision resounded. Tsang Ke felt pain in his body, and then his entire body was blasted into the air. He smashed through a star. Boom! The entire starry sky seemed like it was going to explode. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, another figure suddenly appeared in the starry sky. This figure was the first Earth Spirit ancestor who had just annihilated the South Continent soldiers. You deserve to die, Nanbatian roared and attacked the first Earth Spirit ancestor with a ferocious expression. Humph, I wonder if it will be you or me who will die. The first Earth Spirit ancestor stared at Nanbatian in disdain and said coldly, Die for me. The first Earth Spirit ancestor stretched out his right hand, and a black vortex immediately appeared in his palm. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the vortex and enveloped Nanbatian. Nanbatian flew towards the first Earth Spirit ancestor involuntarily. Be careful. He has cultivated the undying tyrant body. Tsang Ke hurriedly transmitted a message to the first Earth Spirit ancestor. Undying tyrant body. When the first ancestor of the Earth Spirit tribe heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that Nanbatian had also embarked on the path of becoming a saint with his physical body? Haha. Nanbatian suddenly laughed and his body shook. An unimaginably domineering power exploded from his body. In the next moment, the devouring power that enveloped his body was broken by him. How is this possible? The first progenitor of the land spirit was dumbfounded. At this moment, a fist enlarged in front of his eyes. He tilted his head and dodged the fist. Then, his right leg kicked towards Nanbatian like a divine whip. Nanbatian did not dodge and allowed the first Earth Spirit ancestor's kick to land on his body. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the first Earth Spirit ancestor's right leg. Then, he moved the wheel of life. This Nanbatian was too ferocious. Buzz! A sword chimed and an immortal sword light fell from the sky, chopping off the first Earth Spirit ancestor's right arm. However, the right arm that had been chopped off from Nanbatian's body disappeared into the void before it landed on the ground. In the next moment, a new arm grew out from his body, as if it had never been injured in the first place. Bang! The first Earth Spirit ancestor took the opportunity to fiercely slap Nanbatian's body. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Nanbatian's divine body seemed to be indestructible. The violent slap did not kill Nanbatian. It was as if nothing happened to him. Nanbatian fought against two super experts with ease. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be inexplicably shocked. This Nanbatian was actually powerful to such an extent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.